Good afternoon and welcome to the Senate live proceedings. This being an afternoon sitting of the Senate on the 27th of March, the year being 2024, a broadcast brought to you by the Kenya National Broadcasting Corporation, the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, your national broadcaster, in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. About 4 minutes to the time recognized by the House Standing Orders as the official time when the House is set to commence business, that is 2:30. Allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business today before the official commencement of business. The local content bill, Senate Bills number 50 of the year 2023, is a bill that will be read for the first time before the floor of the House this afternoon. This bill is sponsored by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Energy. This is an act of Parliament aimed at providing a framework to facilitate the local ownership, control, and financing of activities connected to the exploitation of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources, to provide for a framework to increase the local value, capture the long value chain in the exploration of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources for the connected purposes. Once the local content bill becomes law, all commercial activities related to exploration, extraction, development, and exploitation of oil, gas, as well as other petroleum resources in the extractive industry in Kenya shall promote the maximization of the value addition and the creation of employment opportunities in the extractive industry value chain. This is through the use of local expertise, goods, services, businesses, and the financing of their retention in the country. The business of the Senate is just about to commence. On your screens, you can see the sergeant at arms have already stepped into the chamber this afternoon, signaling that the procession of the Speaker is just about to enter the House this afternoon. The Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kathuri Murungi, who is also the Senator for the Great Meru County, is the Speaker presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC in partnership with PBU. Enjoy your viewing and good afternoon.
Almighty God, we beseech you to build with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants who have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Clerks, confirm whether you have quorum. So let's ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kathuri Murongi, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes to give some leeway to senators within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to allow the House to raise the pertinent number of 15 senators required per the House standing orders before the House commences business this afternoon. As we await for that number to be attained, allow me to keep briefing you on the agenda for consideration by senators this afternoon. After tabling of the after reading for the first reading of the local content bill, Senate Bills number 50 of the year 2023, the House will resume debate on the county boundaries bill. This is Senate Bills number 6 of the year 2023 by the Senator for Homa Bay County, Senator Moses Kajwang. The sugar bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 34 of the year 2022, is another bill that members are set to resume debate on this afternoon. This bill is co-sponsored by Senator David Wafula, the Senator for Bungoma County. Senators this afternoon are also set to consider the Heritage and Museums Bill. This is a bill by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters, Labor and Social Welfare. A couple of motions are lined up for debate this afternoon. Among them is the declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and a subsequent establishment of a special funds for victims committee. In this particular motion, the Senator for Baringo County, Senator William Cheptumo, seeks to have the Senate resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior, National Administration, in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do declare cattle rustling as a national disaster, establish a national task force on matters cattle rustling and banditry that will investigate the causes of the rampant cattle rustling cases and banditry in the affected regions in the country, as well as create a special fund for mitigating the losses suffered by and in compensating all victims of cattle rustling in the country. The House has raised the quorum this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over so we can follow up on the developments from the chamber. Enjoy your viewing.
Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, have your seats. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3, and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 14 of 2024. The message written Thursday, 21st March 2024, was received on Friday, 22nd March 2024, in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024, was published in Kenya Gazette Supplement number 57 of 8 March 2024, as a bill to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national and county governments in the financial year 2024-2025, in accordance with the provisions of Article 218 of the Constitution, in order to facilitate the proper functioning of governments and to ensure continuity of service delivery to citizens. And whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the bill on Wednesday, 20th March 2024 without amendments, and the form attached here too. Senators, have your seats. Quickly. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110, the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer them bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded by the Senate be, yes, in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading in accordance with Standing Order number 144, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2024 is listed in today's order paper, and the clerk will at the appropriate time read the bill a first time. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table today, Tuesday, the 26th of March, 2024. First is a report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kisumu County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund for the year ended 30th June, 2021. A report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Kisumu County Alcoholic Drinks and Control Fund for the year ended 30th June, 2022. Reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the following for the year ended 30th June, 2023. That is a Kisumu County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Kiambu Municipality, Limuru Municipality, Ruiru Municipality, Makueni County Assembly State and Public Officers Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Makueni County Fruit Development and Marketing Authority, Kajiado County Education Bursary Grants and Scholarship Fund, Kajiado Alcoholics Drink Control Fund, Baringo County Executive Car Loan Scheme Fund, Baringo County Assembly Catering and Health Services Scheme Fund, Baringo County Youth and Women Fund, Vihiga County Education Fund, Vihiga County Facility Improvement Fund, the County Government of Vihiga Climate Change Fund, County Government of Homa Bay County Revenue, Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kericho County Executive Star Mortgage Scheme Fund, Municipality of Eldoret, Garissa Municipality, Municipality of Lamu, the County Government of Nyamira, County Revenue Fund, and Trans Nzoia County Elimu Bursary Fund. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Chair, Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Vice Chair, kindly.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 26 March 2024. Report of the Standing Committee, Labor and Social Welfare on the Gambling Control Bill, National Assembly Bills number 70 of 2023. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Lenda Morekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion entitled Status of Pending Bills in Counties. Aware that as of 31st December 2023, according to the County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first half of the financial year 2022-2024, county governments had accumulated a total of 156.34 billion shillings in pending bills, with Nairobi County accumulating the largest share of Kenya shillings 107 billion 037 053 shillings, followed by Kiambu and Mombasa counties at 5.711614412 billion and Kenya shillings 3.922131 877 respectively. Concerned that The accumulated pending bills in counties have significantly affected service providers in the counties, leading to closure of businesses, stalling of county projects, adversely affecting economic growth in counties, service delivery, and ultimately slowing down the country's economic growth. Further, concerned that most of the service providers... Further, concerned that most of the service providers in the counties are battling court cases lodged against them by their financiers and suppliers, while others are languishing in poverty, exacerbated by the increase of cost of living, with increased mental health diseases, incidences, and other dying as a result of the effect of colossal amount of debt owed to them by county governments. Now, therefore, the Senate recommend that all county governments pay verified pending bills amounting to less than Kenya shillings 1 billion by end of this financial year, and those above Kenya shillings 1 billion by the end of the financial year 2024-2025, and resolve that, 1, pursuant to the provision of Regulation 4, 2, and 3 of the Public Finance County Government Regulations 2015, county government prioritize payment of pending bills as a first charge of the county revenue, failure to which the subsequent quarters' budget releases will not be done. And number 2, county governments shall only pay pending bills contained in their respective procurement plans pursuant to Regulation 50, 2, and 3 of the Public Finance Management County Government Regulations. 3, supplementary budgets for county governments are prepared in the third quarter to curb instances of arbitrary reallocation out of the approved budget estimates. And finally, Mr. Speaker, county governments shall conduct public participation while formulating supplementary budgets, failure to which the controller of budget shall not, and I repeat, shall not approve the supplementary budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Let's get the statements. Understanding order 53-1. Senator for Kajiado County, Senator Renku, Kanal Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for statement on the request for statement on entry qualification for early childhood development education teachers, ECDE. Arise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement for the Standing Committee on Education regarding early childhood development education, ECDE, in the country, in light of the change of policy by the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission, raising the minimum entry qualifications into teaching service from certificate to diploma. In the statement, the committee should indicate the number of ECD institutions in each county, as well as the collective number of teachers that have been employed at the institutions in the last 2 years, setting the shortfall, if any, and report on the effect of the new directive that raises the minimum entry qualification into the teacher service for both pre-primary, ECDE, and primary level from certificate to diploma with a minimum grade of a C-plane in KCSE from the previous requirement of a D-plane, and further spell out measures in a place to ensure that ECDE institutions will be inadequate, staffed in light to the directives.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to continue.
two statements.
One
Name
more
the second
statement. A request for a statement on the fate of teachers holding P1 certificates following a review of entry qualifications into the teaching service. Honorable Speaker, I rise to pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the fate of teachers holding P1 certificate following the change in policy by the Ministry of Education and the Teacher Service Commission, raising the minimum entry qualification into the teaching service from certificate into diploma. In the statement, the committee should explain the fate of all teachers who only hold a P1 certificate and might not pursue the required diploma course due to high tuition fee charged by the colleges, practicum requirement, and Kenya National Examination Council (NEC) assessment fee, and state measures in place by the Ministry of Education and TSC to support teachers who hold a P1 certificate upgrade to diploma, and state whether teachers who currently hold a P1 certificate will be given priority by the Teacher Service Commission during recruitment once they upgrade to the diploma level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next is Senator Agnes Kavidu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. On the approved budget for Machakos County government from financial year 2023, 2024 to 2022-2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget regarding the approved budgets for Machakos County government for the financial years 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2018, 2019, 2019, 2022, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, and 2022, 2023, 2023, and 2024. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the financial search for the companies, for the company details, CR12 certificates from the registered of companies of each of the suppliers contracted to undertake approved vendors, suppliers, to approved projects valued at 500,000 and above, and each financial year listing all approved vendors, suppliers, and service provided, and 2, furnish the Senate with a list of all projects funded by the county government during the aforementioned financial years, stating the status of each project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Kavindu, MP, Machakos County.
Senator James Murango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the delay upgrading of infrastructure in Gurban Town, Kirinyaga County. In the statement, the committee should, one, explain why the road infrastructure in Gurban Town in Mwea constituency has not been upgraded for many years, noting that aside from the town being an important administrative unit in the county, it also hosts the country's major agricultural market that links Kirinyaga County to other neighboring counties. And two, state plans by the Kenya Urban Road Authority, KURA, for the upgrade of the roads infrastructure in Gurban Town during the current financial year, listing the planned projects, budget, and the timelines for the completion of the projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Beth Sengo. You have two statements, read them concurrently.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the access to opportunities and improvement of the quality of life and status of the Dasanach community in Marsabit County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities and Regional Integration regarding the access to opportunities and improvement of the quality of life and status of the Dasanach community in Marsabit County. In the statement, the committee should, one, state the population of the Dasanach ethnic community in Marsabit County, explaining why members of the community lack the necessary national identification documentations, and further, state the steps being taken to ensure the issuance of said documents. Two, state the number of public schools within the areas hosting the Dasanach in Marsabit County and the measures the government is taking to ensure access to education and infrastructure development for the community. Three, outline the projects implemented under the Equalization Fund that seek to address the systematic issues that hamper access to opportunities and equality for the said community since the inception of the fund. And finally, provide details on interventions designed to examine and resolve the systematic issues hindering marginalization of communities, particularly those in border regions, from achieving sustained and equitable development over the next decade. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to read the second statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding compliance by schools with road safety protocols. In the statement, the committee should, one, explain the compliance rate by educational institutions with the vehicles and road safety protocols, including inspection of motor vehicles, adherence to vehicle carrying capacity, transportation hours, and branding of transport vehicles for educational institutions. Two, report on any observed shortcomings in the current transportation guidelines for educational institutions and propose legislative interventions, if any. And finally, evaluate the training and qualifications of drivers and the personnel involved in the transportation services in educational institutions, providing a record of compliance maintained by the ministry from 2018 to date, and recommend mandatory refresher courses for the drivers for educational institutions in the country, Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakori, read the statement for the Meru delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. on delayed remittance of funds by the National Health Insurance Fund to health facilities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health concerning the delayed remittance of funds by the National Insurance Fund to health facilities. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state reasons for the delay by NHIF to remit funds to health facilities, which has disrupted operations in several health facilities and caused the withdrawal of services by health facilities to beneficiaries of the fund. 2, explain plans in place to ensure NHIF settles all pending arrears, including last expense claims, even as the Social Health Insurance Fund is operationalized. And 3, outline measures instituted by the government to curb fraudulent claims and abuse by Social Health Insurance Fund that characterize the NHIF. On behalf of Senator Kathure Murungi, Senator for Meru County. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that support. We have a statement by Senator Hilary Sigei, anyone who has been assigned that responsibility. If none, then that statement is deferred to Senator Enda Molekina. Proceed and read the statement. I know where the member is, so he is still on duty. So lean on his behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of Senator Sigei, Wakili, to seek a statement, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor, Social Welfare regarding the composition and compliance of various boards, committees, and forums in Bomet County. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should, number 1, provide an analysis of the composition of the Bomet Physical and Land Use Planning Liaison Committee, the Municipal Board of Sotik, Longisa, and Bomet municipalities, the Bomet County Budget and Economic Forum, the Board of Directors of the Bomet Water and Sanitation Company, and the Bomet County Climate Change Planning Committee, stating the criteria used in appointing members and the status of legal compliance of these entities. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, the committee should furnish details of the advertisements for membership positions in these boards, forums, and committees, along with the recommendation letters from the organizations authorized to nominate candidates, appointment letters, the short list of selected candidates, and documentations of conducted interviews, if any. Number 3, the committee should present copies of the Gazette notice pertaining to the appointment and gazettement of the members of these boards, forums, and committees, reflecting on the procedural adherence to statutory requirements. And finally, the committee should provide information on the conduct of inaugural and subsequent meetings by these boards, forums, and committee, tabling copies of the relevant minutes, signed by Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, MP, Senator for Bomet County.
So before we come to statement under 52-1, Senator Kinyua, let me get a few comments from both sides, because your statement does not require any comments anyway, from 53-1. We start with Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to thank the Senator for Meru for bringing this important matter before this House. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we had the privilege as the people of Nairobi of hosting the Senate Committee on Health. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the entire committee, led by the chairperson, the senator from Uasin Gishu, Honorable Mandago, for spending time with us to be able to look at the state of health in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, the NHIF owes most of our facilities, if not all our facilities, money. And I will just give quick examples, Mr. Speaker, of our level 5 hospitals. At Pumwani Hospital, Mr. Speaker, the NHIF owes Nairobi County 15 million shillings. That is not to count the 182 million shillings that is owed by the Linda Mama program at Pumwani Hospital. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Pumwani Hospital, we have had to shut down some wards because of the shortage of staff. We have shut down Ward 5 and we have shut down Ward 6, reducing the capacity of the hospital because of staff shortages. 2 out of 3 of our operating theaters at Pumwani Hospital are the only ones that are functional because of a faulty anesthesia machine. If this money was remitted to this facility, Mr. Speaker, it would go a long way in addressing our challenges at Pumwani Hospital. At Mama Lucy Hospital, Mr. Speaker, the Linda Mama program owes the facility 120 million shillings, and the NHIF owes Mama Lucy Hospital 178 million Kenyan shillings. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have a stalled ICU, neonatal ICU construction, with a pending bill of only 50 million shillings, and that is what has led to the contractor abandoning site at Mama Lucy. If NHIF were to give us our money, the 178, I am sure it would go a long way. That is more than half of the proposed budget for the construction of the neonatal ICU, which also include, Mr. Speaker, a burn unit that would have taken care of all the victims from the Embakasi fire blast, Mr. Speaker. At Mbagathi Hospital, where the members of the committee had occasion to visit, the NHIF owes Mbagathi Hospital over 180 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, there is a stalled outpatient department expansion block that requires only 15 million shillings, that 18 million that is owed to the current contractor for him to return to site which he abandoned a long time ago. Mr. Speaker, finally, if you go to Mutuini Hospital, this is a hospital that has great controversy, because when I went there on the 1st of February as part of my oversight activities, I met with Dr. Obwanda, who is the CEO of the hospital, and he actually showed me an X-ray room, Mr. Speaker, that has been constructed but not completed because it doesn't have the lead doors required of all X-ray rooms. Mr. Speaker, what was interesting is that we were told then that we needed only 700,000 shillings to install lead doors on that building so that we can use the X-ray machine in that particular room. Yesterday, when the committee arrived in Nairobi, the CEO had changed the story. Now he's saying they have acquired a mobile X-ray machine recently that does not require us to invest in lead doors. But the building is there, Mr. Speaker. So we are saying, if you go to Mutuini, Linda Mama program alone owes Mutuini Hospital 13 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, this is the right time for this House to direct that before NHIF is wound down so that we can bring in the Social Health Insurance Authority, we want all the debts that are owed to all county facilities to be paid back. So, Mr. Speaker, I support strongly, and I have 100% faith in the committee chaired by my friend, the Senator for Uasin Gishu, to be able to get us this money, because he saw yesterday himself that Nairobi needs this money. Mr. Speaker, the county was trying to be clever by cleaning city mortuary with a toothbrush yesterday, thinking that they could blind the committee. But because God is there, Mr. Speaker, when we arrived there, there was a national blackout. And then we discovered that the hospital has no generator. From 2018, the city mortuary has no generator, Mr. Speaker. And I was feeling very bad for some of my colleagues because they could not even get into the facility because of the stench. Mr. Speaker, we are in a crisis in Nairobi, and this statement is timely. I want the chair of the Health Committee and the members of the Health Committee to save us in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. Hatuna mahali pengine pa kuenda. Asante sana.
So, Honorable Senators, there is a statement by Senator Karware. Can you read your statement as we combine all the comments together?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a request for a statement on the distribution of fake fertilizer to farmers in various parts of the country and in Kakamega in particular. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53/1 to seek for this statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding this distribution of fake fertilizer to farmers in Kakamega and various parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should One, explain the circumstances leading to the impounding of over 700 bags of fake fertilizer in Malaba constituency, Kakamega County, stating how many of these fake fertilizer bags had been distributed to or bought by farmers by the time the fake fertilizer was impounded. Two, state how many of the bags of fake fertilizer have been impounded countrywide, providing details of the suspects behind the packaging and distribution of the same, and assess and report on the impact of the distribution of fake fertilizer and other farm inputs to farmers on food production and food security in this country. Three, disclose how much of the over 700 million reportedly allocated by the county government of Kakamega towards the purchase of subsidized farm inputs was utilized in the purchase of the fake fertilizer. Four, inform the Senate of the measures in place to investigate and arrest the suspects behind the distribution of fake fertilizer to farmers and any further measures to ensure farmers are not exploited as they seek to assess farm inputs during the ongoing planting season. And finally, but not least, Mr. Speaker, the committee should order for a special audit by the Auditor General of the county's budgetary allocation expended on the purchase, procurement, and distribution of the said fertilizer, including an audit on the verification and acceptance report done on the authenticity of this fake fertilizer. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, if you look at our clock, you can see we have only 20 minutes to the end of the statement hour. So I want to give 3 members this side and 3 the other side. So, and kindly take 2 minutes just to make a comment on a statement. You don't need to debate, just a comment. We start with the Senator Joe Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I want to very quickly comment on the statement by Senator Murango of Kirinyaga about the roads in Grufani town. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this statement because we have been having towns that come up every other day, towns that had not been previously planned for. And in my county, we have Keno, Mr. Speaker, and Kabati. And I support and say that the government should be very responsive because this is a government that cares for its people, that when a town springs up, then the government should respond and provide the necessary road network, Mr. Speaker, sewer lines, water, and that kind, those amenities, Mr. Speaker. And the government has KURA, that is Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and so KURA should be very responsive to this, Mr. Speaker, and I support, even as I say that every other town that springs up should be taken care of, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to also comment on the statement by Senator Beth Siengo about the safety of learners, Mr. Speaker, on the roads. And this could not have come at a better time, Mr. Speaker. We lost about 2 weeks ago or so a number of students from Kenyatta University, Mr. Speaker. And my concern is that sometimes these drivers of institutional buses are not used to long distances, Mr. Speaker. And so there should be a good program to see to it that learners, whether in university or other lower levels, that they are safe on our roads, Mr. Speaker. And NTSA should see to it that the buses are designed to transport students, Mr. Speaker, that the drivers are trained even for long distance journeys, Mr. Speaker. So, because you say we do not have much time, Mr. Speaker, let me end there, but we must take care of our learners on the roads. We must respond to towns that just spring up and where most of our people are living. You know, I come from a county where we always talk of buroti, maguta, and when these burotis are sold, of course, Mr. Speaker, then we get towns that were not previously planned for. Thank you very much.
What did you say about plots? Can you kindly clarify?
Mr. Speaker, I meant nice plots. Our people will market them as buroti, maguta. Buroti means plot. Maguta means oily ones, good ones. That's what I meant, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to comment on Senator Halwale's statement. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fake fertilizer is a very serious matter in the country. And Mr. Speaker, that means that many farmers, and when you hear the amount of money is involved and the amounts, Mr. Speaker, and even the packaging, which is done by government institution, Mr. Speaker, it means a lot of farmers are going to be cheated. It means once you plant with fake fertilizer, you are not going to have a harvest despite the good rains in the country. It means a lot of residents' efforts are going to go into waste, Mr. Speaker. Have you worked so hard in your farm, believing and honestly so that you have bought the right quality of fertilizer? Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which involves crime, and I believe should be investigated thoroughly. But most probably, Mr. Speaker, is institutionalized crime. And some of the people dealing with this institution, Mr. Speaker, although the police have been very vigilant on this particular matter and caught some of this fertilizer in Molo, while in transit in lorries, Mr. Speaker, it's a matter, Mr. Speaker, which should be taken seriously by this Senate, and I'm glad to belong to the Committee of Agriculture. Those people must be brought into book, Mr. Speaker. Recommendations made to DCI and the prosecution ensue, Mr. Speaker. And the right thing done to these farmers, a way of retribution by the government to make sure the right fertilizers get to these farmers in good time. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we have a mandate to make sure that the counties are well taken care of. And I really want to thank Senator Halwale for taking this very fast action, bearing in mind the farmers who are being conned. They look so, you know, that they were very believing. They really believed and honestly saw to the government, but somebody really cheated them. By the time they discovered these were stones, Mr. Speaker, it's a very serious matter. I thank you, and I would like to participate to make sure these people are brought to book. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chaligay Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the statement by Senator Boni Halwale on the issue of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, I think I brought a statement last week. Mr. Speaker, I said in Kapcherop in Elgeyo Marakwet County on Sunday that the selling of fake seeds and fake fertilizer should be declared a capital offense, just like murder. Mr. Speaker, Nandi, we have experienced such challenges in a number of cereals depots within Nandi County, and even we have seen in media, Mr. Speaker. I want to request the government that selling of fake fertilizer, fake seeds, should be declared capital offense. And if need be, Mr. Speaker, those people should be treated as terrorists. Because if as farmers we get fake fertilizer and fake seeds, we don't get food security. And when we don't get food security, Kenyans will die of hunger, Mr. Speaker, which is worse than terrorism, Mr. Speaker. So this is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. We expect the Minister of Interior, Professor Kithure Kindiki, to report to the nation what so far mechanisms he has put in place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the CS of Agriculture to dissuade fears of farmers, Mr. Speaker, and even call out Kenya Bureau of Statistics. What were they doing until people are giving under subsidy program to sell fake fertilizer and fake seeds, Mr. Speaker? Somebody is sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker. They either shape up or ship out, Mr. Speaker, because we cannot risk, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chaligay, for record purposes, did you say Kenya Bureau of Statistics?
Yes, Kenya Bureau of Standards, sorry. Kenya Bureau of Standards, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is why you are the one of the chair Njurinjeke members. Mr. Speaker, I know that what was Kenya Bureau of Standards doing? Until farmers, Mr. Speaker, it is very embarrassing, and I'm told even they are mixing donkey feces with mara, Mr. Speaker, and selling to farmers. Somebody must be arrested. Somebody must be, and I want to thank the president because he was in the county of Kakamega, and he declared this is a very serious travesty against farmers, Mr. Speaker. But from where we farm, I want to assure the country, When we get the right fertilizer and right seeds, I can assure you, as the way the price of unga is going down, it shall continue to go down. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of P1, ECD teachers and diploma, Mr. Speaker, where do you want D- and D+ children to go? Mr. Speaker, we are having a problem. We must ensure that D- and D+ get to enroll to ECD and P1 teachers, Mr. Speaker. I want to support what Senator Seki has said, Mr. Speaker. Teacher Service Commission must allow affirmative action. Because somebody who got D+ or D-, Mr. Speaker, we have had stories where they have become successful, Mr. Speaker. Even call county governments to improve on ECD, welfare, and salaries and remuneration, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we protect these teachers, Mr. Speaker, and call upon counties to protect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appeal on behalf of many people who did not pass very well in university to get to university and colleges. Where will they go, Mr. Speaker? A D+, a D-, they are our children. We must agree that let us allow them to be ECD teachers, to be, Mr. Speaker, to get to P1 and get diploma teachers, Mr. Speaker. Let us not only reduce people, Mr. Speaker, D- and D+ to be preachers and gospel and pastors, Mr. Speaker, and religious leaders. Even A people can become pastors and religious leaders, Mr. Speaker. Let us not only say a child who gets D+ or D- becomes a pastor or a sheikh or a Hindu leader or any other leader, Mr. Speaker. We must agree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks.
There's a point of order from Senator Mandago.
Okay.
Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 105 on the statement of fact. Is the Senator of Nandi, can the Senator of Nandi prove that religious leaders are people of D- and D+, Honorable Speaker? I'm aware of my Bishop of AIC Kenya, Honorable Speaker, who is a PhD holder. My leader of Reformed Church, the moderator of Reformed Church of East Africa, is a master's holder, Honorable Speaker. Is the Senator for Nandi in order to mislead this House that religious leaders have low academic qualification?
Let's get another one from the majority leader.
Speaker, I agree with Senator Manago that Senator Cherargei should in fact, he must withdraw and apologize to religious leaders for creating the assumption, Mr. Speaker, that pastors are academic dwarfs. Mr. Speaker, that is not accurate. Mr. Speaker, my own church, the AGC Kenya, is led by a bishop who is no less than a PhD holder, a very revered academic. Mr. Speaker, even the chairperson of EACC, just to help Senator Cherargei to appreciate that many of our pastors are well educated. Dr. Oginde, Mr. Speaker, is an architect by training who further on went on to study theology afterwards, and he is now the chairperson of EACC. Yeah. I'm not very sure about Faki's friend that he's mentioning, but Mr. Speaker, those two are very good examples. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, can Senator Cherargei clarify what he meant, or at least if he meant that their pastors or religious leaders are people of that are academically challenged, Mr. Speaker, then he needs to rectify that.
This issue has elicited a lot of interventions. And since this is not a simple matter, because even where I sit, my late dad was a church minister, Presbyterian church, and he was very educated. Senator Zena, on this point of order, I want to give five, so that Senator Cherargei can really clarify this matter of national importance.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to respond on the statement by Senator Sengo on the Dasanash community.
Senator John Yutu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I join my other colleagues in reminding Senator Cherargei that religious leaders are learned people. For his information, Mr. Speaker, in the Catholic Church, for example, these are people who study, the priests study in the seminary for almost 10 years. So by Senator Cherargei insinuating that they have not gone to school, I think he should apologize and withdraw. The second thing that I have an issue with, Mr. Speaker, is Senator Cherargei's implication again that while supporting Senator Seki's statement, that where do you want D minuses and D pluses to go, Mr. Speaker? I wanted to tell him as a teacher that yes, we should support that affirmative action, that we should allow them to go to teaching, but not because it's only in teaching where they can go, where D minuses can go, Mr. Speaker, because he was like, where do you want them to go? Mr. Speaker, Senator Cheralgai should know that teaching is not the only place where somebody with a D minus can go. But I support affirmative action. But that is not to mean that teachers are people of D minuses and maybe E's. Thank you.
Senator Cheralgai, conclude and
Chair, can I clarify?
those very important points of orders.
Mr. Speaker, I think I was misheard by my colleagues because I meant people like Yesua Tongaren, I meant people like Nganga and the rest of this world, the Shakaola. Mr. Speaker, I have tremendous respect. For your information, my younger brother is a parish priest here in Kitengela. He went to seminary for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. I cannot be part of the people who lead. I say people who lead sect organization in this country, the Shakaolas of this country, but all religious leaders are personal friends. Most of them have done very well, Mr. Speaker. So I was misheard, and I want to clarify as I conclude that I have tremendous respect, Mr. Speaker, and ask Mr. Speaker, just I was saying there is a perception in society that such children, but we need to take a necessary position, Mr. Speaker. I respect all religious leaders, but if you are Yesua Tongaren and the rest, we will not allow you, Mr. Speaker, to be part of it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support. And also Joe is a governor and was a D- product.
Sorry? You want to make a comment?
Yeah, I want to contribute on this.
Sorry? Not on Cheralgai's issue now.
No, not on that.
Make your comment on the statement.
Yeah, on the statement.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by supporting the statement by Senator Halwale on fake fertilizer. And just to add that maybe the committee should consider conducting an inquiry into the entire subsidized fertilizer thing. Because apart from the fake fertilizer that is being supplied, Mr. Speaker, we have issues around fertilizer subsidy. For instance, Mr. Speaker, this House, we passed the additional allocation money to our counties. I remember in my county, we passed 97 million shillings. This weekend, I was with my governor, and he said that they have not received that money. And the idea around it was that counties are able to buy fertilizer that suits their soil so that they can distribute to the farmers. But now we have an instant where we are passing money to the counties, but the national government is also venturing into a devolved function role, which is fertilizer subsidy. So that confusion is there. Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important to investigate the entire supply chain, because this fertilizer was supplied to National Cereals and Produce Board stores. Did they check that fertilizer? This fertilizer was approved by KEBS. What happened? Those are the questions that we need to ask before. And there was a supplier of this fertilizer to a National Cereals and Produce Board. Who is this person? So instead of going around in circles, Mr. Speaker, there are fundamental questions that we need to ask in regards to fake fertilizer so that we get to the bottom of the matter. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there are some counties which are selling fertilizer at almost double the price of national government, like Kakamega, who are my neighbors. Is there no synergy between the national government and county government on programs like fertilizer subsidy? Those are the issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to request the committee to look at the matter of subsidized fertilizer holistically, fake fertilizer and other issues around it.
so that
Senator
our
Osotsi,
people get value
do you wish
of money.
to be informed by Senator Chalage? He wants to inform you on
Mr. Speaker, I don't want any information.
Proceed.
From Cherege. Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment on the statement by Senator Mudama on the issue of approved budget for Machakos County and the suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important statement, and how I would wish the committee to consider doing the same for all the counties. Because I think what Senator Mudama wants to achieve is to know the identity of the suppliers in the county of Machakos. Mr. Speaker, we have people in the counties, people who are senior officials in the county who trade with the counties, either using proxy companies or using companies in their name. My county is one of them, and I've been observing them. Wherever they are, if they are listening to me, they should know that the senator of Higa is seeing what we are doing, and I'm coming for you. We want to know who are the real owners of this company. And these companies, you have a company doing all the jobs in the county. They are the ones doing the roads, they are the ones doing the hospitals, they are the ones supplying things. Mr. Speaker, as a Senate, we must rein into this. You find people are chief officers, others are CECs, doing business with our counties. Mr. Speaker, all this defeats the purpose, the spirit of devolution. I think the committee should expand the statement and do the same for all the counties, 47 counties, so that we ensure that devolution makes sense and the businesses which opportunities are available in our counties are shared within the counties, not by a few unscrupulous people who do business with our money, who do corruption in our counties and make money, become billionaires when our people are suffering. Mr. Speaker, I support the two statements.
Thank you. Senator Chute Mohamed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank Senator Beth Siengo for highlighting the issues of the Dasanach community, which come from my county. They're in Northern constituency, but Honorable Speaker, these are people who are super minorities. In Marsabit, we have people not only marginalized, super marginalized, to an extent that even Kenyans don't know if there are people called Dasanach. If you Google today the Dasanach community, these are people who have been there for many years. Honorable Speaker, during the Second World War, the Italians, the Panzer Army, wanted to invade Kenya through Ethiopia border. But fortunately, Honorable Speaker, the Dasanach community defended that border to the last man, and they couldn't penetrate that border. The same people, Honorable Speaker, are suffering today. These people are people who are being called Galebas. Some are calling them Meriles, but they are people known as Dasanach. When we visited Dasanach about 2-3 weeks ago, when we asked those people, how many of you do have IDs? The whole community raised their hands because they don't have identity cards. Honorable Speaker, the only secondary school they have a secondary school up to class 3. Only class up to Form 3. Honorable Speaker, we went to the police station, police quarters. If you go to the police quarters, you'll see something I've never seen in my life, Honorable Speaker. That is completely debilitated. There is nothing. The police station looks like as if it had been bombed, like they were in Iraq or even Gaza today. That is a police station in Kenya today. And I would like Honorable Kindiki to visit Ileret police station to see what is happening there. Those people are completely neglected. Honorable Speaker, these people, the population is about 40,000. as of 2007. There are no access to road, water, employment, IDs, and also even hope they don't have. Honorable Speaker, I asked the President some time back if these people can be given their own sub-county. And that process has started, and public participation has been done. Hopefully very soon, they will get their own sub-county.
Senator Chute, remember we had agreed we take 2-3 minutes each. From where I see it, I can see this statement is referred to your committee which you chair.
Yes.
So I think it
Honorable,
is...
just give me 30 seconds to finish, Honorable Speaker. So
just
what?
Finish.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Basically, what I'm trying to say is these people...
If this community will not be assistant when you are the chair of the committee, then
yes,
they will have a problem.
yeah, I will try my best,
Honorable
Speaker. Let me conclude. In conclusion, there are two people who are marginalized in Kenya, the Elmolos and the Dasanach. My request to the government is to empower these two people, Honorable Speaker. Even nominated, if they can be given a position of nominated parliamentarian, it will be very good for us. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You've cut me short, but thank you very much.
Those are the recommendations you would expect from your committee, so don't preempt what you are going to do. Senator Orekina Redama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to comment on 3 statements. I'll begin with the statement by the Senator of Meru. Mr. Speaker, the issue of NHIF is something which is going to be the biggest cancer in this society. So many Kenyans are trooping into hospitals with their NHIF card, having paid the NHIF contributions, but they are sent back home without being given services. Mr. Speaker, as of June last year, NHIF owed hospitals, both private and public hospitals, about 10 billion shillings. More than, out of the 20 billion shillings, of the 20 billion shillings, 11.1 billion shillings was released by Treasury to pay the NHIF so that they can further pay the capitations or refund the capitation to the hospitals. Mr. Speaker, 4 days ago, the Cabinet Secretary of Health stated that the National Treasury had released an additional 1 billion shillings to be able to pay these hospitals. We all know that this House and the National Assembly passed a new SHIF Fund Act, which essentially means that we are now winding up the services of NHIF. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when we were doing our oversight in Nairobi County, the hospital, Mbagathi Hospital, the CEO lamented and complained heavily that they are now being crippled down by NHIF because NHIF is not paying this hospital. Mr. Speaker, this reminds me of when citizens contribute, they pay their contribution is deducted, and when it's deducted, when they go to the hospital, they do not get. Our courts, they do not get services. Our courts have already spoken on this matter. In fact, last year, there was a citizen who the court ruled that he should be refunded all his NHIF contribution. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. Very, very serious matter. We are now going to face one of the biggest crises in this country. Because as we speak right now, Mr. Speaker, all Kenyans who are trooping into public hospitals, private hospitals, they are being sent back home. If they go with their NHIF card, they are being sent back home. So it begs the question that we are all so eager to pass a new health act or SHIF fund, which is supposed to pay for medical services for these Kenyans. What will happen to these hospitals which are supposed to provide services when you now go into the hospital with a new card of SHIF, yet you have another card and that hospital is owed over $1 billion by NHIF? This is a crisis, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, you brought this statement as a statement, but this is one of those things where we say we should convert it into an inquiry. Because it only means that either our county governments are not remitting the deductions to NHIF, or once the money gets there, the money is diverted to other things. This is a very serious crisis. And all of us seated here should be very worried about the outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the second statement that I'd like to comment briefly on is on the issue of fake fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, this is very interesting. A couple of days ago, I saw packets of supposedly unga or flour being disposed of in Naivasha, but it was part of the fake fertilizer. And people were being asked now to eat that fake fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, there was an expose of a factory along Nakuru, the highway, that was putting soil into bags and sealing them and selling them as fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, is this a country that we live in? A country that has got institutions. It's got ESCC, it's got NIS, it's got the CID. What exactly are we telling our Kenyans? Mr. Speaker, we as legislators must now, this is what it calls for us to convert even this House into a full House committee to be able to investigate these matters. Everyone is complaining. Life is difficult, yet you are still selling them fake fertilizers. What exactly are we telling Kenyans? That we are a man-eat-man society? Finally, Mr. Speaker, the last statement that I want to comment on is the statement brought by Senator Mudhama. This is a very important statement, and all 47 elected senators really ought to pay attention to that statement. We have pending bills amounting to 156 billion. These pending bills, which are over 156 billion, did not start yesterday. Some of them date back to 2013. The most important thing and the committee should do is, number one, is to call for the registry to provide CR12 of every single company doing business with counties. You'll find that in a county like mine of Narok, one family owns all the businesses. Mr. Speaker, is that really wise? So we're accumulating all these pending bills. Once a contractor has completed their work, the controller of budget is requested to remit money, but once the money gets into the county government, it is diverted to pay for other services not rendered. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to request all the 47 elected senators to follow the footsteps of Senator Mudhama. Demand for budgets. Demand CR12 for all the companies that are doing business with your counties. You'll be surprised. You will see that all the money is going in one pocket. One pocket. This is a shame. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, my screen is full, but we really need to move out of this because our time is now 4 minutes to our end of statement hour. So I want to give two members from one side, this end, and one this end. So we have Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the first statement by Senator Boni in regards to the issue of the fake fertilizer.
Just pick one statement and then comment on one.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker, no problem. And directly to the point is that the issue of the fake fertilizer that we've seen out there is an issue of trying to paint the government in a very negative way by cartels trying to come up with fake fertilizers and trying to find it in the NCPB stores so that it can be seen that the government is trying to give its own people what is fake, what was not according to what is supposed to be. So I agree that the culprits, the cartels that are doing this should be brought to book, Mr. Speaker.
Point of honor from the Nairobi Senator, Sifuna Edwin.
Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I don't really mean to interrupt my colleague, but could she substantiate her allegation that it is nothing more than a scheme to paint the government in bad light, because this is a matter of concern for all Kenyans. Some of this fertilizer has been sourced from government stores. Some of them have come from county governments. It is a matter of concern for all of us, and if indeed you have evidence that it is nothing but a bad PR scheme, let her substantiate, Mr. Speaker.
Which is standing order?
That should be 105, responsibility for statements of fact.
Okay, Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my senator for Nairobi. Your concerns are valid. And if you would have let me, as you have always been a very good listener, my point is that the cartels should be brought to book, because in that it paints it negatively. That was my point that I'm driving in support of this statement by Senator Boni, so that Kenyans stop getting into the worry that they are in right now. They are not sure if the fertilizer that is in the market is correct or incorrect. So I'm in the agreement that they should be brought to book. Quickly, let me support the SECI's statement in regards to the issue of the ECD teachers. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with this statement, because then if our students are getting low grades, like as low as grade E, I am in the front line, Mr. Speaker, supporting the Kenyans who got grade E in this country by offering them scholarships of ICDL so that they can be able to better their lives. In that regard, you realize the Ministry of Education curriculum has a grading system of grade A to grade E. But then where do we leave our students who have not been able to score the highest grade, and they have scored the last grade, and yet they contribute to the economic empowerment of this country? It's very key. Lastly, to Senator Mudhama's statement in regards to the pending bills, I want to state that as the Vice Chair of Finance and Budget, I've asked our clerk to be able to submit all the pending bills for all the counties, because we've realized all elected are asking for the pending bills, which is very important, which we agree. And also, further to the issue of the CR12, we can't wait to be able to fast track this, and I would request actually, if you would actually not only ask for Machakos County. I know as we speak, the allegations of the governor of Vinyandeti, they are doing business with the Sun. It's an allegation, it is all over in the social media, and it would be prudent if actually we do not execute for Machakos County, but for all the 47 counties, so that we can be able to get an all-compassed report in our committee, and you can be able to share with all the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think you have been overtaken by events. You did not much a speed of concluding. So, let's get Senator Zen, and then the two important leaders, the deputy minority leaders from both sides, to conclude this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to support the statement by Senator, Madam President, Senator Beth Siengo on the regional integration regarding the access of opportunities and improvement of the quality of life and status of the Dasenach community in Marsabit County. Mr. Speaker, coming from a very marginalized community, I want to reiterate and add onto the voice of the Senator for Marsabit County that the Dasenach community are super marginalized. Mr. Speaker, this is a community that spans across 3 countries, that is Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Kenya. But we have realized as pastoralists that those in South Sudan and the Ethiopian side are very well taken care of and given the respect and the decency they deserve to be citizens of those respective countries. But Mr. Speaker, the ones in Kenya are living under complete marginalization, abject poverty, and they are actually, they fit to be living like wild animals. Mr. Speaker, where the Dasenach people live, I know coming from Samburu County that they are my neighbors, and I know that most of them do not even go to school. They are just living like headless chicken in the forest, and it is unfair for us to consider our nation a sovereign state that is taking care of its citizens when we do not ensure inclusivity of all marginalized communities. Mr. Speaker, Article 100 of our Constitution provides for, advocates for promotion of representation of marginalized groups and gives marginalized and minority groups and gives Parliament full power and responsibility to take care of these marginalized groups by enacting laws that protect protect them, Mr. Speaker. Article 204 establishes the Equalization Fund, which also provides basic services like roads, water, and health facilities. This community considers those things very foreign, Mr. Speaker. And Article 56 also puts this, states that the state should put in place affirmative action programs. Like the other day we were just discussing about the equalization funds, and these are the communities that were actually in my mind while I was trying to argue this. Mr. Speaker, marginalized and minority groups should be given the right to participate in governance and given special opportunities in education to restore their decency, their human decency. Mr. Speaker, I know that some may argue that the Dasanach people maybe have dual citizenship, belong to Ethiopia more than in Kenya. But our constitution equally gives right to dual citizenships, and through that, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this matter with the seriousness and urgency it deserves, and I'm so happy that the matter has been referred to the Committee of National Cohesion, which is chaired by the Honorable esteemed Marsabit County Senator, and these people come from their community. So I beg that whatever report they come with, we support it fully as Kenyans, because we cannot be proud to be a majority community without taking care of the marginalized community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are debating a statement, you know. Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I want to support Senator Harwale's statement. And I know even why Senator Tabitha is also struggling to talk, and the Deputy Minority Whip trying to correct. Because being in this side of the government, and you see what is happening on the ground, it is a shame. It is really big shame that we can allow fake fertilizers to be distributed in Kenya. And we know what that means. It's about food security. When it means food security, it will affect all of us, even those who are selling that fertilizer. So, I know Senator Olekina has mentioned about a Nakuru company that we also in the media, but you know who was running that story? It's Ananamo, and everybody knows when Ananamo runs a story, you need to revisit the story again, once again. So I'm on it. I'm really on it because it comes from Nakuru County. I'm on it to ensure that whatever Ananamo said, it is true or it's false. And I will bring it in this house because I come from Nakuru County. And you know, Nakuru County Senator is who? Is the one who is watching day and night to ensure that Nakuru County does what is required. We must set a good example in this country. That will be number one. We will ensure that our county, if you want to know how counties are governed, you will come to Nakuru County. Thank you. So I'm there, and I'll ensure that I bring that here to ensure that I can see that company that was mentioned by Alan Namo. And we know who is Alan Namo. So you all know him, what he does. We deserve to have all the information. So let's get all the information so that we don't get lost and we don't even say things that will make us sometimes look stupid. So I'm on it, and I'll bring it here to ensure that we all know what is happening. Thank you.
Lastly, but not the least, Deputy Minority Leader. All the members, Senator Boni Karwari. All the members.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. And as a journalist in this country, Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important that we also protect the industry. I don't think it's fair and right to despise a practicing journalist in the manner that I've heard Alan being despised. The Speaker,
that is not right. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I will be very brief on the comments for the statement sought by Senator Boni Halwale. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about fake fertilizer, and I think we are getting it wrong. What we are dealing with is not fake fertilizer. It is stones and donkey feces. That's what we are dealing with. Speaker, you know, when you say fake fertilizer, somebody may think that there are elements of fertilizer in that substance. They are resident, Mr. Speaker. This country, Mr. Speaker, we have had many scandals around the fertilizer subsector. And in most cases, there has been issues to do with overpricing, hoarding, delivering fertilizer too late to be of any benefit to farmers. But what we are dealing with now, Mr. Speaker, is a new law that we have sold the National Cereals and Produce Board depots have been used to store and distribute stones and donkey feces in the name of fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, in a functioning democracy, the NCPB boss...
There's a point of order from the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, understanding order number 105, Senator Wambua knows that as you go on record, we need to be factual on the statements. We have all followed this fertilizer, fake fertilizer scandal, or whatever you may want to call it. But up to now, Senator Wambua, I don't think that there has been any clarification or confirmation that a farmer went to NCPB store and bought fake fertilizer. The fake fertilizer that is in distribution and all the stories that I have watched, because I've followed these stories so far, are people that are tricking farmers and telling them, as you wait for government, I have others on the side which I can give to you. But to bring down a reputable institution like NCPB, Mr. Speaker, for whatever gain, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that is fair. Unless Senator Wambua wants to table before this House a confirmation that he has bought fake fertilizer from NCPB, Mr. Speaker, then we will be convinced. But as it is, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish that he confirms to this House. He can carry on like the rest of the colleagues and everybody who's concerned, but tread within the realms of logic and being truthful, Mr. Speaker.
So, Senator Wambua, can you clarify or substantiate that statement?
Mr. Speaker, you know I respect the majority leader. I don't understand where he's coming from, because it's a matter in the public domain that farmers have complained that the fertilizer that they have received is not fertilizer. And I will repeat it again. It is stones and donkey feces. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, wait, Mr. Speaker, you know we can only speak through you. So why can't relax? Speaker, for the information of this House, this is a statement that has been brought here by no other than the majority whip. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is on record that a multi-agency team has impounded fertilizer in SCPB depots. It's on record. Mr. Speaker.
What you are required to do, Senator Wambua, what you are supposed to do is either you withdraw or you provide those facts. It is very easy.
Yes, I'm ready to be informed by Senator.
No, first is substantiate. And then you will be informed.
Speaker, the level of agitation with the majority leader is scary. Mr. Speaker, For purposes of making progress, let me withdraw that statement. So that we make progress.
You are always gentlemen. Yes, proceed.
Let's make progress, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I still insist that the Kenya Bureau of Standards and the National Cereals and Produce Board have a responsibility and a duty of care to farmers in this country, Mr. Speaker. That because they are the state agencies through which this all-important commodity is processed and distributed to farmers, they must ensure that the product that gets to the farmers is legit product, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying in a functioning democracy, the bosses of these institutions, Mr. Speaker, would have resigned to pave way for serious investigations.
Senator Sifuna, avoid speaking on behalf of other members. Please. Senator Sifuna, you have been doing so well the last few weeks, but now I can see the good things you have been doing. You want to. So continue.
Mr. Speaker, let me.
Senator Eno Kwambo is well informed. Very, very well informed. I don't
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't mind being informed by Senator Sifuna or Senator Ososi, because you know, they are consumers of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker.
No,
and they are farmers, Mr. Speaker. They are farmers. They are farmers.
Senator Wambua. Senator Wambua, can you conclude kindly? But Senator Sifuna and Senator Oroba.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I was in the Senate.
Can you conclude your statement?
Mr. Speaker, I will move from that fertilizer business because I think it's bringing unnecessary tension in the House. I will comment on the statement by my brother, my neighbor, the Senator for Kajiado, Senator Seki, on the matter of ECD teachers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must, as a House, we must understand that the Constitution of Kenya has devolved ECD for purposes of building strong foundations for the education of our children. The teachers that are given the responsibility to teach our young people must be teachers who are properly qualified. But Mr. Speaker, as the committee handles this matter, I would suggest, strongly suggest, that the scheme of service for ECD teachers be rolled out uniformly for all the counties, Mr. Speaker, so that the teachers that are beginners, the entry point for ECD teachers, then they know what their starting salaries are, their career progression path. Mr. Speaker, an ECD teacher in Kitui County today should aspire, and rightfully so, to be a university professor in 5-6 years, 7 years to say. But Mr. Speaker, the situation as it is now, the ECD teachers are being treated very, very badly by almost all the county governments in this country. I come from a county, Mr. Speaker, where somebody else woke up in the morning and decided to cut the salaries of ECD teachers and send others home without following procedure. The Speaker, on that matter, I think the committee should take it very, very seriously. Lastly, Senator Kabindu, I thank you for daring to open a can of worms, because that's exactly what you have done. For daring to lift the lid on the level of corruption and theft of county resources by county governors and their families and their cronies through companies that are registered either directly under their names or through proxies. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the committee to which this statement will be committed to invite senators from all the 47 counties so that we look at the rot in our counties and expose the theft that has been taking place for all these years. Mr. Speaker, I support the statements and ask my brother, Senator Majority Leader, to relax. we are okay. We are okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Kenywa, let's get your statement under 52.1.
Asanti Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nasimama kauli ya jumla za bunge maseneta kuhusu ongezeko la wizi wa mifugo katika kata ya Yethi, kaunti ya Laikipia. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kuambatana na kanuni ya kudumu 52.1 kutoa kauli kuhusu swala la umuhimu la kitaifa kuhusu hali ya usalama katika kaunti ya Laikipia. Mheshimiwa Spika, hali ya usalama katika kaunti ya Laikipia imekuwa ya kutatanisha, hasa katika kipindi cha wiki moja iliyopita. Visa vya kutishia hali ya usalama katika kaunti ya Laikipia vimekuwa vikiongezeka kadri siku zinavyopita. Mheshimiwa Spika, kisa cha hivi punde ni kile kilichotokea usiku wa jana tarehe 25 Machi. Wezi walivamia lokesheni ya Yethi katika eneo la Ndaiga, wodi ya Mgogodo Mashariki katika kaunti ndogo ya Laikipia Kaskazini. Katika kisa hicho, wezi waliokisiwa kuwa 9 waliiba na kutorosha ng'ombe 4 na mbuzi 30 mali ya Bwana Martin Moge Wangai, chifu wa Yethi, pamoja na jirani yake Bwana Boniface Muriithi. Si hayo tu Bwana Spika, walimshambulia Bwana Mudhoga wa Karoiro, kumchapa kichapo cha mbwa na kumwacha hali mahututi. Mheshimiwa Spika, hali hii ya utovu wa usalama imezua hofu miongoni mwa wakazi wa kata ya Yethi na maeneo jirani, hasa ikizingatiwa visa hivi vya utovu wa usalama vimezidi kukithiri kila uchao. Inatia hofu zaidi visa vya utovu wa usalama vikiwalenga maafisa wanaotarajiwa kuisaidia serikali kuu katika utekelezaji wa usalama mashinani kama vile chifu. Licha ya kuwa na fununu kuwa hawa wezi walikuwa wameonekana na polisi pamoja na magari maalum na vyombo vya usalama na ndege ya lanchi ya Borana kutoa usaidizi wa angani kuwatafuta hawa wezi, hawakuwapata. Lakini hatimaye jioni saa 3:10 walimshambulia chifu na kuimuibia mifugo yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa chifu atalengwa katika mashambulizi ya aina hii, basi ni dhahiri kuwa usalama umedorora sana na raia hawapo salama kamwe. La kusikitisha zaidi ni kwamba shambulizi hilo la hivi punde katika kata ya Yethi lilifanyika katika makazi yaliyo karibu sana na kituo cha polisi, ila polisi hawakukabiliana kwa dharura kuwakabili majambazi hawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikihitimisha kauli yangu, ningependa kuvisihi vyombo vya kitaifa vya usalama kukabili hali hii ya utovu wa usalama katika kaunti nzima ya Laikipia ili kuhakikishia raia uhuru wa kuendelea na shughuli zao za kila siku pamoja na usalama kama vile ilivyonakiliwa kwenye katiba ya nchi. Hasa ningependekeza maafisa zaidi wa vitengo mbalimbali vya kudumisha usalama kuelekezwa kwa dharura kushika doria nyakati za usiku katika maeneo yaliyolengwa hasa na wezi wa mifugo na visa vyovyote vile vya ukosefu wa usalama katika kaunti ya Laikipia. Kwa kufanya hivyo, wakazi wa kaunti ya Laikipia watahisi kuwa vilio vyao vimesikizwa na hatua kuchukuliwa. Bwana Spika, Rumruti vile kulishambuliwa vijana wawili walipokuwa wakitoka kanisani na kuuawa papo hapo, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, tunahitaji usalama. Nashukuru na nasema asante Bwana Spika.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Local Content Bill, Senate Bills number 50 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a framework to facilitate the local ownership, control and financing of activities connected with the exploitation of gas, oil and other petroleum resources, to provide a framework to increase the local value capture along the value chain in the exploration of gas, oil, and other petroleum resources and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2023, second reading.
Okay, Honorable Senators, the debate on this bill was disrupted on Wednesday, 20th March, and Senator Andy Okech in 8 minutes. So if he's allowed, he can use his 8 minutes. If not, we can get to the next senator who wishes to contribute to this bill. This screen is full again. I don't know who is for this bill or the previous statements that we end. So if you want to speak to this particular bill, I can see Olekina, who is not in the house, Asike, not in the house, Mwinyi Haji Faki. This is the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2023. That's what I'm asking. Now it's only Senator Alon Cheruiyot, Majority Leader. You are there? Then, okay, we have Senator Ososi Godfrey. But I can see you, you spoke twice. Let me give you 2 minutes to rectify this mess. Oh, yeah, Senator Chalge Samson.
To county boundaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, from the onset, I want to congratulate my chair, super chair, and ranking member, my brother, Senator Moses Kajwang, for bringing this bill. I think this bill, Mr. Speaker, is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, this bill will cure a lot of challenges that we have seen, Mr. Speaker, over time. Mr. Speaker, I want to say as Nandi County, we want this bill to be enacted to law. Because as per the provisions of Article 181, Mr. Speaker, 188, sorry, of the Constitution for the procedure of county boundaries, Mr. Speaker, I know even as we have a discussion of this, we have had a challenge of delimitation of boundaries, especially since we had postponed it in the last year, Mr. Speaker. I saw in an advert or a newspaper that 24 constituencies across the country are supposed to be wiped out, what we call protected constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I know you understand, because you are immediate former of the lower house, that there are specific constituencies that were called protected, and there are a number of 24, Mr. Speaker. On this issue of county boundaries, we have challenges. You see Taita and the neighboring, there is a number of Kwale. We have challenges in Nandi County with Kisumu. We have also with the Kakamega. So, Speaker, I know there is issue of Sondu between Kericho and Kisumu County, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that the people who will review will have the status of a high court, Mr. Speaker, so that when they sit, it can be approved by the President, Mr. Speaker. In this resolution, these county boundaries, we must be very careful because, one, it breeds inter-community differences or fight, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, it also affects revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, the chair, who is also the sponsor of this bill, understands very well that most of the counties have found it a big challenge, Mr. Speaker, especially when in terms of revenue collection on on-source revenue. Like Maseno Town, Senator Kalwale will tell you it is in Kakamega. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda will tell you it is in Kisumu. The same thing with other areas, Mr. Speaker. So the status that has been given in these county boundaries disputes, we must ensure there is a committee. Mr. Speaker, and I want to propose something out of curiosity, that people who sit in these mediation committees should be people who are above 60 years, people who have eaten salt, ama wamekula chumvi, Mr. Speaker, or let me borrow by saying who have eaten salt, or sorry, who have experienced, Mr. Speaker, because they have what we call institutional memory. You cannot form a mediation committee and put a 20-year-old. You know, these things also need reason, sobriety, it needs veterans, and I can see Senator Faki is excited, because these are people who become repository of history and wisdom. So on this mediation committee, Mr. Speaker, while I agree that we must have a reflection of women, young people, majority should be people who are old enough, who have experience, who have background in issues of land adjudication, who have legal background, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, we must ensure that this mediation committee is well properly, Mr. Speaker, and also form mediation committee that people who have a good track record. You know, in Chemase, for example, where we check Kisumu, there is what we call Peace Corps, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and clause number 12, because I'll just make 5 points, is powers of the committee, they should be given, so that we summon, Mr. Speaker, we resolve. It is the intention of this law that has been proposed, Mr. Speaker, to resolve the challenges. And when they have the status of the High Court, it will have the status of as the same as Senate, Mr. Speaker. They will enjoy the quasi-judicial powers, Mr. Speaker, to ensure they summon and ensure any witness, Mr. Speaker, especially on boundary issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of petition, of course, this is a right, Mr. Speaker, given to every Kenyan, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this. I saw somebody saying, Mr. Speaker, that representation. We represent Kenyans. You can ask something about Nandi, I can ask about Meru, Mr. Speaker. The petition to Parliament is, everybody can do it. It's an obligation, Mr. Speaker. We should not be worried that so and so has petition. Therefore, it should be treated like that, Mr. Speaker. And all this, and I'm like clause 17, it has said even a senator, an MCA, a member of county assembly, and any other person, Mr. Speaker. In the issue of IEBC, I know at the moment, Mr. Speaker, and I know the change at the chair, is that at the moment, we're having challenges in the constitution of IEBC, Independent Elections Boundaries Commission, Mr. Speaker. I remember we were somewhere where we are doing selection panel of IEBC. They were supposed to recruit commissioners. Because of the NADCO reports, we were being told we wait and hold on, Mr. Speaker. But are you realizing that the number of wards and constituencies like Banisa and the rest do not have members of parliament? So where do we disfranchise? Do we disrepresent, Mr. Speaker? So those are some of the challenges that we must look at the House, because even the independent under clause 23 and 24, that the IEBC should have one commissioner. So if we were to pass this law, and the president has appointed the chair under clause number 24, sorry, Mr. Speaker, where will this commissioner come from if IEBC at the moment is not constituted, Mr. Speaker? And we are waiting for the NADCO report to be implemented, Mr. Speaker. So I think as a country, and I'm happy there is National Land Commission, PS representing physical planning, PS licensed surveyor, a number of secretary practicing advocate, Mr. Speaker, so that they can agree. And of course, qualifications are obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker. And of course, conduct of and removal from office, Mr. Speaker, inquiry. That is what I want just to react on. Second last point in the clause, a commission established under shall within 90 days of receipt of the petition. Mr. Speaker, since boundary is sensitive, I would propose that 3 months is a bit shorter. Because if you are looking at historical boundary issues, you cannot tell me 90 days is sufficient. I would propose, and I wish, Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of the bill would be very keen and listening as I dispense wisdom on this. The Speaker should listen carefully, and he should have a notebook and a pen, because I'm making Solomonic directions from here. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of petition, I think looking at historical issues, including even injustice, and you are the chair of JLAC, and you understand this, 6 months should be sufficient. I think 90 days is not, it's not, so that you get into in-depth of the challenges. And therefore, I propose, because you might have to listen, you know, Mr. Speaker, I happen to be taught by a Kisumu senator. And he has written a book called Conveyancing. When you read the first line in the foreword of that book, it says, land is an emotive issue. It goes ahead and say, land is identity of a real man. In my culture, if you do not have land, and even African setup, you are nobody. So land is a sensitive issue. Today, when you go and say, I want to listen to an issue of Kisumu and Nandi, it can shock the entire counties. Today, if you go to Sondu and try and listen to a submission in Kisumu and Kericho, in Kisumu and Nandi, in Kakamega, Tabolwa, between Chimoi and Nandi, in Kakamega and Masop, you might find the entire county will come there. So how do you process within Chateau? I wish, Senator, through the Speaker, let us add more days, like 6 months, so that you become thorough when you are presenting your position, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy they have said members of public, which is under Article 118 in terms of public participation, Mr. Speaker. On the number clause 41, I will combine with the other. Mr. Speaker, those are just procedural issues. With this issue of 14 days under clause number 42, where it says the commission shall within 14 days of expiry of the period specified, I would propose that we change into 3 months now. It's to finalize the report because of report writing, review, and ensuring that we go. So the sponsor of the bill, Senator Kajwang, should look at that, so that we give them time for when, Mr. Speaker, after submission of report and reviewing, at least we give it, if at maximum, let us do it 60 days or 90 days, Mr. Speaker. And then Parliament shall come into, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy clause number 43 has captured this. And in fact, I agree with them that does not, where the Commission does not recommend the alteration of the boundaries of a county, no further action shall be taken in the respect of petition. And if there is recommendation of alteration of the boundaries, the Senate shall within 14 days of receipt shall resolve to either approve or reject the recommendation. Mr. Speaker, you know, members of lower house have an habit of shutting down our bills. If you should say Parliament, I think here should be Parliament, so that we fast track. If you use the word Senate, they will go and shut down our bills, Mr. Speaker. And we have agreed in the spirit of your direction of the chair of sponsoring. We can agree, we put here, instead of Senate, we say Parliament, so that, because when you are telling boundaries, those boundaries are within those constituencies. And that is why when you are arguing, and I think last session, Senator Kajwang through the Speaker and Senator Wambua, when the issue of security came to this House, some people are saying it is a national government function. But we are asking, when you discuss about security, it is within counties. And therefore, even as we do this in the spirit of good faith, let us just say Parliament, so that we include National Assembly and be able to push, Mr. Speaker, and ensure, Mr. Speaker. Because a number of those issues shall be. I didn't see, but maybe when you were doing a reply on the issue of public land, especially forests and others, what should we do? For example, if there is a cut line of Mau, or in Tindret, or in any other, the hills, the Bungoma Hills, Mr. Speaker, when you find out, go today and find out that the cut line of a forest has been altered. This is boundary. So I'm talking about if it is a forest, a public land, what happens? So I want to challenge the sponsor to ensure that, in concurrence resolution, of course, I think it should be very easy as clause number 44, Mr. Speaker. If the mediation committee arrives at a common, each house shall vote to approve and reject or parliamentary mediation. And I think that is very easy. We can go for division. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we should do, because it will create disharmony. For example, if you are to alter border between Nandi and Vika, for example, how will Senator Otsosi and Senator Cherargei vote? Or what will be the implication? So we should also be careful so that we don't antagonize communities who have lived side by side historically. Mr. Speaker, because even some names have been changed. For example, in Nandi, we used to have what we call Nandi escarpment. When the people were doing maps, Mr. Speaker, they have called it Nyando escarpment. Yet it is in the middle of Nandi, for example, around Chemase, Kaborog, in that area, in Tindred sub-county towards Chemelil, Chemas ward, and even part of Aldai constituency, Mr. Speaker. So there are names that have been changed over time. What happens to renaming of some of those areas? We must agree under this bill, even as we alter, for example, the boundary. Should we, for example, why would we call Nyando, yet it should be Nandi escarpment, Mr. Speaker? So those are some of the challenges that we are going to ensure. On the resolution, I agree. And then for presentation of the petition, of course, a petition shall not be admissible by the Senate, but I thought it should be a petition shall not be admissible by either house, either Senate or National Assembly, where a general election to be held within 1 year. I think, Senator, through you, Speaker, Senator, the sponsor of the bill should look at the wording so that, you know, the Constitution says, Mr. Speaker, and you are an authority on this, Parliament is comprises under Article 93, both National Assembly and the Senate. And even in terms of public presentation of petition, you can either present a petition to the Senate or National Assembly. So we should be careful so that we don't give order to our brothers in the lower house of having a habit of shutting down our bills, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by all and large, I want to agree with the bill. I hope when it comes to the Committee of the Whole, and thank Senator Kajwang, I hope this time round, with the spirit of the Office of Co-Sponsoring and the interpretation of Article 113 in terms of money bills and other challenges, Mr. Speaker, I hope in this time round, we must, as a Parliament, allow this to pass. This is what will spur the issue of boundaries. And ask the National Assembly, they should be busy ensuring that IEBC is reconstituted, Mr. Speaker, so that these constituencies that are supposed to be called protected constituencies, Mr. Speaker, they should be working with us to ensure IEBC is properly reconstituted so that when we pass such laws, there is a way, Mr. Speaker, that they can ensure that going into the future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, the schedule and how this has been done, I don't know where Senator Kajwang got all this, but I want to believe it is probably 1992 districts map that has been used in 1992 Act on the issue of district and drawing boundaries, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say, and you know these counties are intertwined. Over the weekend, I was in Kapcherop. Kapcherop is a border, a forest that borders Pokot South. It borders Moiben, Mr. Speaker, and it borders Cherangani, Kitale. And then it borders on this other side, Marakwet West and Marakwet East, Mr. Speaker. So these communities are the same. When you meet Maasai of Kenya and Maasai of Tanzania, they are the same people. When you go to Mount Elgon, you have Kalenjins of Kenya and Kalenjins of Uganda. So these boundaries were just put there by our colonialists too. But I want to ask Kenyans, even as we pass this, let us not it be a way of dividing us as a nation. It should unite us and ensure that we have a more civil and decent way of ensuring boundaries issues is going to the future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with all those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this bill and also assure the Kenyans that we shall do what necessary needs to be done and allow this nation to move into the future, Mr. Speaker. And also send my condolences, Mr. Speaker. There is a famous TikToker that was being buried today, Mr. Speaker, called Brian Chira in Kiambu, Mr. Speaker. We commensurate with their family and friends, Mr. Speaker, and ask young people to be responsible with their lives and to be careful, especially when we go to reverend around the city and our towns. Mr. Speaker, with those bearing remarks, I support and congratulate Senator Kajwang and wish him well with the bill. Asante sana.
Senator Beatrice Ogola, she's not in. Senator Ekoma James Lomenen.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill with amendment. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you find what is happening in West Pokot, Turkana County, Samburu, Marakwet, Tarakaniti,
Senator Kinyua,
you will
Senator
find...
Kinyua, Majority Leader, please consult in silence if there is anything of the sort. Consult in silence if you must.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for
Proceed.
protecting me. This is a very important issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, most of the killings that happen in the northern part of Kenya is due to these boundary disputes. People have imagined boundaries. Leaders have imagined boundaries. What happens, Mr. Speaker, sir, because of the livestock in these counties, the pastoralists follow the livestock, and the livestock do not know the boundary. So, so they don't understand the limitation, the demarcation, the whatever. They are supposed to be led. Mr. Speaker, sir, why I need the amendments? The Districts and Act of 1992 was not, most of the leaders were not involved. Those people who participated in District and Province and District Act of 1992 some leaders were not, did not participate. For example, Turkana leadership were not involved in the limitation, decision of the boundary in 1992. But in 1963, they are very comfortable because all their size of the county, they are very comfortable. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we say, the sponsor of this bill should consult all the bills all the acts that are available, from that of 1984, 1989, 1982, 1992, all those acts we bring together. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Senator
the other
Kinyua, what is your point of order? Resume your seat, Senator Lomenen.
Mr. Speaker, I just want clarity from the good Senator Romenen. I heard him saying that the pastoralists follow animals and the animals don't know boundaries. And Mr. Speaker, I thought from where I come from, because I'm a pastoralist, I think the person is supposed to be leading the animals.
You are out of order, Senator Kinyua. That is not a point of order. Proceed, Senator Lomenen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, first and foremost, what the bill is supposed to do, and I was asking the sponsor of the bill. One, you have to consult all the leadership, all the key elders, all the professionals, all those people who are working with the public administration. Because if you are very keen, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will find a problem that was caused by the public administration. For example, area like Kapedo. You will find Kapedo with 10 chiefs. It is just a location or a sub-location, but you will find chiefs that are employed by the public administration in the Baringo area, and then 5 chiefs that are employed by the same administration in the Turkana County. So we realize this overlapping. How will we solve this overlapping? The government is using money to pay all these people, and then after paying these people, they find that they create more harm to these communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other thing that I wanted the sponsor to realize, that every county during the colonialists, every county was given its size of the land. For example, Turkana County is 77,000 kilometers square. And this 77,000 kilometers square keeps reducing. So the question we are asking, who has taken this size of the land. And we realize, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some people in counties who have the tendency of expanding their territories, claiming that, Mr. Speaker, sir, soon, when the commission will be established, maybe they will find themselves having a county because of this expansion. Mr. Speaker, sir, what we are saying, this problem between West Pokot and Turkana, the government is in a position to solve this problem. If the government can demarcate all the boundaries, I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, there will be no problem. Because what we want to know, that these boundaries are there. They were demarcated by the colonialists. It is not possible now, Mr. Speaker, now to say we form another boundaries now at this particular time. It's not possible. This issue, Mr. Speaker, is a motive. If you find now, you select or nominate people to come and talk about boundaries between Pokot and Turkana, Mr. Speaker, sir, it will not be possible. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we are saying, if the public administration has created a problem, let them be honest to the citizens of these counties that are affected. Let them be open and say, this one, there was a problem. Mr. Speaker, sir, for example, if you are been appointed as a county commissioner, I hope when you are nominated as a county commissioner, you are given a map that you will be in a position to supervise this area. But you will find some people do not even know where they are supposed to be to supervise. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other thing that I wanted to say is this, Mr. Speaker, sir. This land between these counties have resources, have grazing, have water resources. Others have minerals. Because of these resources, they find that when a certain community realizes that where they live, there are many resources, they find to fight back the other community and say that this land belongs to them. So, Mr. Community, one thing that, Mr. Speaker, so the response of this bill has to provide that timeline where each community, each county will organize itself by bringing all their maps, all their acts, all their memorandum by their elders, by their leaders, by their professionals, so that in public participation, everybody is involved. So that when this decision is being made, there is no one who will complain. There is no one who will say, maybe a certain committee will be biased. Mr. Speaker, with there's a subcommittee that will be formed. We want this committee to take time. I support what Senator Sherengei say. It has to take even more than 6 months. Because this thing, it is very emotive. It is very sensitive. Elders have to be listened to. Former members of political leaders have to be listened to. Church elders have to be listened to. Even NGOs have to be listened to. Civil societies have to be listened to. Because these are people you find these NGOs, civil societies, creating some maps that are not easy. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also tell the sponsor of this bill, let us replicate the best practice from the Kenya forces. The Kenya forces have been there. When you find the maps that the Kenya forces have, it is respected. You will find the Kenya forces maps, they have demarcated these county maps in a very respected way. So consult also in public participation, consult also Kenya forces. Yes. Because when they are mapping these counties, they know where to start, they know where to end, they are well informed. So, Mr. Speaker, so I support this motion, bill, with amendment. And I encourage the sponsor of this bill, please, because this the minutes that we have been given is fee. You will give us, I urge you to give us the professionals of Turkana County with their leadership enough time to give you the AFI memorandum for this issue, so that we see the problem between us and Pokot, West Pokot. Thank you, sir.
Senator Arwoba Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this county boundaries bill by Senator Kajwang. Mr. Speaker, I think it's been, and I hope that this is the House that is going to pass this bill, because the issue of conflicts between different counties has been there year in, year out. And there has been proposals and bills in the past trying to legislate around the conflicts that are in these various counties. Mr. Speaker, we have currently over 18 counties that are in dispute, Mr. Speaker. You've heard our senator from Turkana speaking about the Kapedo area, which has been in dispute between Turkana and Baringo. Mr. Speaker, we've had counties, and I'm glad to see Senator Enoch Wambua here, because he has raised a couple of statements that with regards to the boundary issues of the various counties that are in his neighboring county. Mr. Speaker, and it's not only about these current 18 counties. There are certain communities right now which have not even been brought to the forefront, where there is a situation that is uprising, Mr. Speaker. I come from Kisii County, and you saw what happened in the area of Keroka Market, where we had both Kisii County and Nyamira claiming a huge part of Keroka Market, Mr. Speaker. And it took a lot of intervention, including going to court, and lives were lost and property was lost. So I want to support this bill, but there is a conversation that is not being had about why the conflict, first of all, is coming, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the issues around the various disputes, not only from Kisii County and Nyamira or Turkana and Baringo, but as far as Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga, who are fighting over Maseno, if you look at the disputes that are rising, most of the time, it's not only about resources and the people who are living there, but it is also about revenue collection, Mr. Speaker. So I've heard our senator for Turkana saying that even the police force should be involved, because they understand the boundaries and they have been there in the past in terms of ensuring that there is peace in these various counties. Mr. Speaker, but I want to acknowledge that perhaps a conversation should be had also from the Council of Governors, because, Mr. Speaker, most of the issues that are arising are actually being propelled by the issue of revenue collection. And this issue of revenue collection, as you can see in the Nyamira-Kisii County dispute, was over market, and it was about also mostly on the revenue collection. So for me, as I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of it is what we should be looking at, even in terms of who are going to be the players. I've heard the other senators saying that we need more than 6 months. I believe if all the stakeholders are brought to the table, in terms of the Council of Governors, the players of devolution are actually brought to the table, you do not need more than 6 months. If you have all the stakeholders in place, these disputes can be resolved even within that proposed 3 months that is there. The issue is how to ensure that all the stakeholders are brought to the table. Not only the religious leaders and the administrators and the governors, but we are talking about people who have historical knowledge of certain geographical positions. Because some of the disputes are so complicated that it's not just about markets. It's about people who value particular geographical, it could even be a mountain or a hill or something. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I think while we legislate, we should remember that we are Africans. And as Africans, we hold on to a lot of things, including culture. And our culture is deeply rooted in historical values. And so those are the stakeholders that we should be consulting or ensuring that while we legislate, they will be brought to the table. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. And I want to say to Senator Kajwang that I'm really hoping that most of the notes have been borrowed from the past legislators. Sakaja was on this bill before. There are many legislators who've been trying to push this particular piece of legislation. And I hope that the previous deliberations were considered to what has been tabled today in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wambua Enoch.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank Senator Kajwang for reviving this very important debate on county boundaries by bringing forth the County Boundaries Bill 2023. Mr. Speaker, as Senator Oroba has rightfully said, this is a matter that has engaged debates on this floor severally. It's a matter that has precipitated conflicts in so many counties across this country. As a Speaker, for acknowledging that this bill is meant to provide for proper county boundaries, make provisions for resolution of disputes among and between counties. The Speaker, I thank the Senator for coming up with this bill. The Speaker, I want to open my debate on this matter, my contribution, by also acknowledging that county disputes are serious disputes. They actually, as we know it, they pose an existential threat to peace, stability, order, and national cohesion in any country, not just in Kenya. And it is worrying, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak today, we are running conflicts between counties numbering not less than 20. The most recent being perhaps the Kisii-Nyamira dispute, of course based on a desire by respective county governments to collect revenue from towns that then are declared disputed. Mr. Speaker, I come from a county, Kitui County, which has had a running dispute on boundaries with Tana River. And to put the record straight, Mr. Speaker, because there are people who like seeing disputes where disputes don't exist, or just assume that there are disputes. Kitui does not share a border with Garissa. So there has never been any dispute between Kitui County and Garissa County in as far as boundaries are concerned. We don't share a boundary. The boundary that we share we share with Tana River, of course on the way to Garissa. And Mr. Speaker, it will go on record that this matter is a matter that needs to be resolved as fast as possible, as is the case with all the other disputes in other counties. Why do I say this, Mr. Speaker? I say this because basically the recent disputes over boundaries are largely precipitated by a desire, genuine legitimate desire, by counties and their governments to collect revenue and raise their own source revenue so that they may be able to give services to their people. Mr. Speaker, there is a standing dispute today on where exactly does Konza City lie. Is it in Makueni County? Is it in Kajiado County? Is it in Machakos County? Mr. Speaker, some of these disputes are easy to resolve if there was goodwill to resolve these disputes. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because I've just glanced at the first schedule of the proposed bill by Senator Kajwang. And I dare say, my brother, Senator Kajwang, that first schedule is actually the more reason why we must review our boundaries. When you look at how those boundaries are captured, how they are even drawn, Mr. Speaker, I have taken this bill, I think this is the third time reading through it. I cannot locate the boundaries of Kitui using this first schedule. Speaker, and it's not just Kitui alone, it is all the counties. And I may be, the Speaker, just to make reference to it, maybe I should start with the first county, County 001, the county of Mombasa. Speaker, I'm not very sure. Senator Faki is not here, he's coming back maybe. You know, the boundary of Mombasa, Mr. Speaker, is defined in the first schedule as commencing at the center of the mouth of Mutwapa Creek on the coastline of the Indian Ocean, thence due east to the limit of the territorial waters of the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speaker, the descriptions of these counties leave no doubt to an average reader that somebody is just deliberately creating confusion. The Speaker, boundaries and the definition of boundaries should be done in simple, straight language that anybody reading where the boundaries are, then they know where the boundaries are. When you tell us that that Kitui County, that's where I want to go, Mr. Speaker, and I'm the elected senator of Kitui County serving my second term, I have difficulties understanding that Kitui County commences at the confluence of the Rojewero or Mackenzie Tana River, then southeasterly by a straight line to the trigonometrical beacon Katumba, then continuing southeasterly by a straight line to the beacon Kandelongwe. Mr. Speaker, this is Greek. Why not just define our boundaries using features and language that is easy and straightforward to understand? Mr. Speaker, and I know that Senator Kajwang is, of course, not guilty of this. He has put it here so that he may buttress his reasoning for coming up with a better system of dealing with our counties and the boundaries. Mr. Speaker, I want to briefly comment on part 1, part 2, and of course, lastly, the first schedule of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the the opening of part 1 of the bill, and it says in clear, simple language that this is an act of parliament to provide for the county boundaries, to provide for a mechanism to resolve county boundary disputes and give effect to Article 188. And that's what I want to comment on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Article 188 of the Constitution, it makes a provision for the procedure to be followed in establishing boundaries, in resolving disputes arising from boundaries, and in the composition of an independent commission that is supposed to effect resolutions on boundaries and boundary disputes. Mr. Speaker, a clear reading of that article of the Constitution is that then one cannot alter boundaries or pretend that they can resolve permanently county disputes in the absence of an independent commission. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to give effect to the formation and operationalization of that independent commission. How I pray, Mr. Speaker, that when we get there, not if, when we get there, that the commission that will be set up, and it is provided for in the bill, the procedure, would truly be independent. I wish Senator Cherargei was here, because I heard him talk about the people that should form part of that commission. And he made reference to age, saying that the 20-year-olds should not sit in this commission. It needs people who have institutional memory, which is fine. But Mr. Speaker, age for me should not be an absolute consideration for people to qualify to sit in in that commission. And I have a reason for it, Mr. Speaker. My reasoning is, in fact, at times I say experience and longevity could be an entrance to development. When people have entrenched interests in a matter, at times they are unable to think straight. So we cannot say that because this man has lived in this county for 20, 30 years, so they understand it. The more you live in a county, the more you have entrenched interests in the county and the boundaries, and the more you are likely to your views to be blurred by personal interest. Mr. Speaker, that commission, because it is the key, it is the answer to the challenges that we face on boundaries, is a commission that must be constituted by credible people of integrity, people who command respect across the board. On part 2, Mr. Speaker, of that bill, the proposed bill, this one that talks about the boundaries mediation committee. Clause 5 of part 2, subclause 2. I want to urge Senator Kajwang to rethink the wording of clause 5, subclause 2A, which reads, Mr. Speaker, and I refer, a person under subsection 1A to C shall submit the request to the Senate together with evidence that notice was given to every county government of a county whose boundary is the subject of a dispute, referred to in subsection 1, addressed to the governor and the county executive member of the county. The Speaker, I have a challenge with that provision, because what the senator is proposing in that bill, that section of the bill, is that the disputes then that are forwarded to the Senate must have gone through the office of the governor of the respective counties that have disputes. The Speaker, I have a challenge with that because in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the role of representation and the role of protection, the Speaker, Senator Sifuna is disturbing Senator Kajwang. I'm trying to help him with the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the role of representation and protection of counties and county governments and their interests is assigned by the Constitution to the Senate and to the senators. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to convince Senator Kajwang to consider that as a requirement, if that a matter of a county dispute is going to be presented to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, where the Senator of Makueni sits, and that matter affects Makueni County, as you write to the governor of Makueni County to tell him that this matter I'm taking to the Senate for a resolution, then the senator of that county must also be notified in writing by whoever it is that is bringing that matter to the Senate. So, Speaker, I say that because in that provision that the senator is making reference to, clause 5(1)(a), in fact, the governor, it is contemplated that the governor could be the one requesting. So if he is the one requesting, he can also be writing to himself, telling himself that he's bringing this matter to the Senate. The governor should be given a responsibility, a duty, an obligation to notify the Senate or the senator of the dispute that they are bringing up for resolution in the Senate. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, this matter of counties and county boundaries and disputes is bigger than what the senator for Homa Bay has captured in his bill. And I'm happy because when he moved this bill, he made reference to the decisions that occasioned the creation of counties in this country. The Speaker, I've gone on record many times on this floor and in other fora, saying that, the Speaker, there is nothing scientific about the creation of counties in this country. There is nothing, you can't put your finger on anything scientific to say that we have a county called Kitui, we have a county called Makueni, a county called Machakos, Kiambu, Nyeri. There is nothing scientific in that decision. Mr. Speaker, those decisions were political decisions. And these political decisions, Mr. Speaker, seemed to favor certain areas and regions in this country at the expense of other areas and regions in this country. That is why, Mr. Speaker, today, you have a county called Kitui, which is 30,496 square kilometers in landmass. And we have a county called Kirinyaga with a landmass of 1,400 square kilometers. And both are called counties. I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, with Kirinyaga County. I have no problem with Lamu County. But I have a problem with an impression being created that those counties, the number 47 counties, is a magic number and you can't touch it. You know, the counties are 47, you can't touch this. Mr. Speaker, that is a wrong premise to begin in trying to entrench devolution. Mr. Speaker, it is known, and Senator Cheruiyot will bear me witness, that I appeared before his committee, the NADCO committee, As of course I did appear before other committees of Parliament and pushed forward the agenda of the creation of Mwingi County with a reason, Mr. Speaker, that when counties were created in the new Constitution 2010, the decision to leave out Mwingi County was an amorphous decision. Amorphous because, Mr. Speaker, Mwingi District was created at the same time that other counties and districts were created in 1982-1983 financial year. But simply because Mwingi County was not gazetted as a district, it missed out on the creation of a county. Mr. Speaker, I will urge Senator Kajwang to be magnanimous because he knows the journey we have walked with him to help the people of Mwingi through this bill and meet them and receive memoranda and presentations from them to enrich this bill and argue their case for the creation of their county. Mr. Speaker, that is how we legislate. And I like it because I know Senator Kajwang is a listening man. He can listen to good advice. And then that matter will be brought here and people will decide which way to go. Mr. Speaker, I will be okay if a proposal was brought to the floor of this Senate requesting the creation of Mwingi County and the senators of Kenya say no to it. I will be okay with it, Mr. Speaker. I will have done my duty to represent the interests of my people, and the decision lies elsewhere. It's not my decision to make, it's the decision of the House to make, and will be bound by the decision of the House. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I submit.
Senator Chimera, Raphael.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii niweze kuchangia katika mjadala wa swala hili lote la mswada huu wa boundaries za county yetu. Bwana Spika, kwanza nianze kwa kumshukuru sana na kumpongeza kaka yangu Senator Kajwang kutoka county ya Homa Bay kwa mswada huu. Nafikiri ni wazi kwamba mswada huu ni mswada wa maana sana katika hali yetu ya makaunti yetu ndani ya nchi hii. Nafikiri Bwana Spika, wewe mwenyewe unafahamu kwamba kaunti tofauti tofauti zipo katika hali ya migogoro, hususan kuhusu swala la mipaka. Mimi mwenyewe nikiwa seneta kutoka kaunti ya Kwale, Bwana Spika, na nikiwa wakili vile vile niko mahakamani ninavyozungumza hapa kwa niaba ya wananchi wa kijiji cha Kanjaocha katika wadi ya Samburu Chengoni, eneo bunge la Kinango, kaunti ya Kwale, wakizozana na kaunti ya Kilifi kuhusu mpaka baina ya kaunti ya Kwale na Kilifi, Bwana Spika. Vile vile nikizungumza hapa, kaunti ya Kwale ina mgogoro ambao umekithiri kwa wingi sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu kaunti ya Taita Taveta County imeweza kuvamia ule mji wa Makinon. Na mimi tangu nizaliwe, Bwana Spika, nafikiri sitaki kusema umri wangu, lakini nimeishi kwa miaka mingi. Sio mingi sana vile, lakini nimeona hakuna siku hata moja kaunti ya Taveta imeweza kuja Makina na kusema kwamba ule mji ni mji wao. Lakini leo hii, Bwana Spika, gavana yule wa kaunti ya Taveta, Mheshimiwa mjomba Andrew Madime, ambaye ni rafiki yangu sana, kwa kejeli, Bwana Spika, kwa majivuno, kwa kujigamba, ameweza kuvamia mji wa Makina na kuchukua tozo kwa wafanyikazi wetu pale, kuchukua tozo au kodi kwa wafanyabiashara mbalimbali kutoka kaunti ya Kwale. Bwana Spika, nimeona katika ile mambo wanaita first schedule ya mswada huu, Bwana Spika, nimeona kwamba kaunti ya Kwale, ukiangalia nafikiri sehemu ya pili, imesema kwa kifupi kwamba kaunti ya Kwale imeanzia upande wa kushoto katika kona ya Makinon Road, Bwana Spika. Hii ni wazi kwamba mswada huu umeweza kuleta mfumo wa kisheria ambapo kwamba sisi kama viongozi katika kaunti tofauti tofauti tukiwa na swala la mjadala kuhusu mipaka ya kaunti, Bwana Spika, tunaweza kurudi kwa sheria tukaipekua Bwana Spika, na tukaweza kupata muongozo au ufahamu ni jinsi gani tutatatua swala hili Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, mimi tu nisiseme mengi kwa sababu nafikiri wenzangu wamezungumzia mengi sana kuhusu mswada huu. Nizungumzie tu kwa kifupi tu kuhusu hii kamati ambayo imewekwa katika sheria hii, kamati ya mediation. Na nikaona kwamba ni kama imepewa nguvu nyingi zaidi. Na ni mrai tu kaka yangu Senator Kajwang, pengine ipo haja ya kupiga msasa mswada huu kuhakikisha kwamba yale mapendekezo ya kwamba kaunti yoyote inaweza kuruhusiwa kubadilisha mipaka yake lisiwe pale katika sheria hii Bwana Spika, kwa sababu itazidi kuleta mgogoro zaidi, kutakuwa na chuki baina kaunti tofauti, na tunajaribu kupata suluhu ya kudumu Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, tu niweze kusema kwa kifupi kwamba mimi ninaunga mkono mswada huu na niwaulize wenzangu, maseneta wenzangu. Kwanza niseme kwamba ingekuwa vyema kama mswada huu ungekuwa mswada wa kiserikali, ndio tuweze kufanya haraka, tuupitishe kwa haraka ili tupate suluhu ya kudumu katika kaunti zetu hizi za Kwale na Taita Taveta na Makueni, hata kaunti ya Kericho na Kisumu waweze kuwa na mfumo wa kisheria ambapo kwamba wataweza kutatua mgogoro huu. Asante sana Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono mswada huu. Shukrani sana.
Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute towards this bill of boundaries. From Senator Kajwang, I congratulate you for the work that you put in here. But I want to support this bill with amendments. Mr. Speaker, the other day I sat in that inner room for some time with Kajwang and our surveyors in Machakos, because this bill suggests that Kalama ward be moved to Makueni County. Kalama is in Machakos, and this demarcations which was done in 1992 moved Kalama to Makueni, and the people of Kalama demonstrated, and they say they want to be returned back to Machakos, and they were returned back to Machakos. And this bill, if it passes the way it is, Kalama goes back to Machakos, to Makueni, and the Kalama people does not want to go to Makueni because they belong to Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, in BBI, when we had a BBI, we had suggested that Machakos County, Machakos sub-county be divided into two so that Kalama be made a sub-county. We had also suggested that Mwala be divided into two so that we can have two sub-counties in Mwala. And the other day I saw some counties being given more sub-counties, and we did not see anything for Machakos. We had also suggested that Masinga be divided into two and Mavoko be divided into two. Mr. Speaker, if this bill, Mr. Kajwang or Senator Kajwang can reverse it back to 1960s, instead of 1992, because the people who made the boundaries in 1992, I don't think they had proper participation. This bill, I suggest even the people who will be now working on it should have public participation broadly, because there are those elders in every county who know the boundaries of the counties where they were, even from the colonial days. Like in Machakos, we are talking of Machakos being in Museum Hills here in Nairobi. But we are moved, and Machakos County is having issues with almost every county that surrounds us. Mr. Speaker, I am talking with my county government, especially the ministry, the Waziri for lands in Machakos, and the surveyors to know exactly where the boundaries of Machakos were. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think the sponsor of this bill, Senator Kajwang, kindly meet with Machakos people and hear their cries and their grievances, because Machakos, we've been pushed so much, even Nairobi County has pushed us so much that, and you know, it's all about revenue. We are not going to push anyone out of Machakos County, but we want also to collect our revenue where we should be collecting it. And as Senator Wambua has made it very clear that we should also know where Malili stands, Konza City stands towards Machakos, Makueni, and Kajiado. Those boundaries has to be made clear where they are, so that there will not be more fights even after this bill. So, Senator Kajwang, please, before you move very far with this bill, make sure that the counties which has issues, you've visited them, you've seen, you've met with the governors, the senators, and the elders who know their boundaries, where they were from colonial days to date. Then that will help. Thank you. I'll support this bill with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Tobiko Percy Peris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill and congratulate Senator Kajwang because this bill is coming at the right time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, being a little over 10 years now after the creation of our counties and passing of the 2010 Constitution, Madam Speaker, I think this is the time, it's actually overdue, Madam Speaker, for the review of county boundaries, constituency boundaries, and even ward boundaries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, there are even constituencies that are already threatened in their existence, Madam Speaker, because the time has lapsed, the grace period that they had, Madam Speaker. And if we do not review, Madam Speaker, the people of those constituencies, around 27 or so constituencies, Madam Speaker, will be will be threatened, Madam Speaker, because the law then must either be reviewed for those constituencies to continue existing, or that, you know, they are given a new lifeline, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this law in particular, Madam Speaker, comes also at the time that we have given devolution 10 years. We have given, you know, the creation, the existing counties 10 years, Madam Speaker, to see how, you know, governing the counties at the lower levels will go on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remember when the counties were created, Madam Speaker, no, before the 2010, after the 2010 Constitution, Madam Speaker, a lot of considerations were there. The premises that were considered, Madam Speaker, included the population density, the demographics, community interests, Madam Speaker, historical and cultural ties, Madam Speaker. A lot of those issues, Madam Speaker, were considered. Madam Speaker, it is actually that Kenyans generally are very peaceful people because boundary issues are very emotive, Madam Speaker. Kenyans have tried to live with, you know, with issues that this bill would cure, Madam Speaker. But because of the patience of Kenyans, Madam Speaker, you know, we have seen a little eruption of violence here and there, disagreements here and there. But by and large, Madam Speaker, Kenyans have, you know, become patient, waiting
for both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, Madam Speaker, to pass the necessary laws that will, cure issues of boundaries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also know, IEBC is mandated on the issues of boundaries, Madam Speaker. I think, wards and constituencies, Madam Speaker. But the issue of county boundaries needed some special attention. Madam Speaker, as has been mentioned, by many members of this House, there are, quite a number of counties that have disputes, Madam Speaker. Kajiado is one of them, Madam Speaker. At the border of Kajiado and Makueni, Madam Speaker, we have a place called Oloirien, where over 74,000 acres are in dispute, Madam Speaker, and the communities have been fighting. Sometimes schools have been banned, including a school called Oldonyosampu, Madam Speaker, and children had to vacate the school, Madam Speaker. People have lost lives, Madam Speaker, and these are the issues that we need to forestall with the passage of this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the boundary of Machakos and Kajiado, Madam Speaker, right here at Mavoko, just very close to East African Portland Cement, Madam Speaker, we have a communal land called Sheep and Goat, Madam Speaker. In this Sheep and Goat, Madam Speaker, the community that is living there, some of us have our homes there. We belong to Kajiado County. The land actually belongs to Kajiado County, but we did not understand how this whole place ended up being in Machakos County, Madam Speaker. Yet the people, when we talk of cultural ties, have cultural ties in Kajiado. It's the same community that is in Kajiado that is at the Sheep and Goat land, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these people vote in Kajiado.
Senator Peris Tobiko.
Yes.
Note the change of the chair.
Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Speaker. I am extremely sorry. I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I am sorry about that. I was concentrating on the issues that are very touchy and sensitive to the people of Kajiado, Mr. Speaker, that I did not even realize the change of the chair, but I do acknowledge your presence, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, also, between Kajiado and Kiampu, Mr. Speaker, we have a bit of turmoil, Mr. Speaker. It has been managed so far, but this bill will come and cure all this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it is time. This bill will come and help us sort out issues. The mediation committee is very important, Mr. Speaker. The creation of this committee will help, Mr. Speaker, to maintain peace, to listen to the views of the people, to consider, more current issues, Mr. Speaker, including, the population increase, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you realize, when the Equalization Fund was passed on this floor, there are counties that missed out. There are regions that missed out, Mr. Speaker, yet they deserved. And Mr. Speaker, because we have never considered the issue of 1 man, 1 shilling, and Mr. Speaker, you find places like Kajiado East and Kajiado North missing out in terms of the Equalization Fund, yet they have the population that would warrant them, Mr. Speaker, to get more resources if issues of boundary were considered and if issues of population density was considered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even when it comes to consideration of landmass, Kajiado County is bigger than Rwanda, the country, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, with all those challenges, including infrastructural challenges and giving services to the people, Mr. Speaker, I think it is time that boundaries of counties are reviewed, Mr. Speaker, that a committee will handle these issues, Mr. Speaker, because we would not want to create tension and problems between Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, but yet, Mr. Speaker, we want to solve issues that have been at the boundaries of various counties, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, and Mr. Speaker, very strongly say that communal ties must be considered, Mr. Speaker, and historical boundaries must be considered also, Mr. Speaker. Because since from the time of the colonialists, Mr. Speaker, the boundary between Machakos County and Kajiado is the old railway line, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at Oloirien, our people can identify, including the beacons, of where Kajiado County reached. And we have documentation to support that, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, that part is considered Makueni. I don't know, they've given it another name that we do not even understand. But we know the place is called Oloirien, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need such issues to be resolved and be resolved amicably, but the rights of communities be considered and be protected, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Senator Kajwang, for bringing this bill. Thank you very much.
Senator Julius Mulgor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also add my thoughts to those of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sensitive issue all over the country and among many communities. And so it is an opportune time for it to be really looked into. And so I am grateful to Senator Kajwang for bringing it at this time so that it may be looked into to be able to cure some of the issues that have been there for a long time in some places. I would like to say that much of the conflicts that are there are actually as a result of one community or one group wanting more territory. They want to add more territory, and because land doesn't expand, so they encroach into their neighbors' area and claim to be theirs or add to their own. And it is interesting, Mr. Speaker, that you go to some of the communities and check behind where they are conflicting with their neighbors, there is space. It is not occupied. So they just occupy the area that they want to claim to add on to theirs. But behind them, there is space and nobody's living there, and there's not much activity there. So it is just an attitude of being expansionists to expand their territory so that there is more land. Some neighbors claim different square kilometers nearly every 2-3 years. There is an addition square kilometers to theirs, which is not agreeable with the original that is known. And so some of these are encouraged by territorial expansion attitude. And then also resources are some of the reasons for conflicting and fighting, and especially for us pastoralists, where there is grass, where there is water. And so these are some of the things that, in my thinking, will be cured by this bill, so that resources are shared equally as much as possible, or provisions are made so that whatever is on the other side is also on the neighboring side, so that there is no conflicting on one given area. Because, for example, you take
the example of water. Without water on one area among the neighbors, you can expect that there will be conflict in one area that has the resource. And so this bill will probably solve it by bringing more resources to either side or both sides, so that there is equal sharing. And then you find also that politics plays a key role in some of the conflicts that we face, and especially politics that are instigated by politicians such as ourselves and the others, by inciting a community against another. And so people fight because a politician has said, people fight because a politician has said we are being marginalized, we are being this, we are being that, and therefore people conflict, and therefore this bill will probably be able to tame such utterances, so that there is no politician that will utter words that will make communities fight. And then maps and history are key components that should be followed when pursuing about territories and about boundaries between communities and between areas, districts, and counties, and so on. What was it earlier on? For example, in the colonial time, what was it? Where was it? And then the maps that were there will also help, so that we do not fight over what we think now, because some of the opinions that we have now are as new as maybe in the 80s or 90s, and they may not be true. They may not agree with what was there in the 40s, in the 30s, in the 20s, and so on. So some of those old maps should be used to be able to determine which area belongs to who, and which community occupied where, and because some of the resources, as I said before, could be the reason for redrawing new maps and moving into new territories. But if we look into older maps and also history, especially for us pastoralists, there were movements that we made into areas, and those should also be looked into, who was grazing in which area when, and such kind of trace of the past will help. And then also, it should be emphasized at this point that it is services that matter. It is services to the people and services to be given equally to the citizens, either on either side. But sometimes services are given in discrimination, and that also brings about conflicts among people, because you find that a minority group that is under a county, a certain county, will be denied services or will be given limited services, whereas the majority will take the lion's share. And therefore, this also is a reason for people to conflict and then desire to either move out or bring in other people, so that they join together their efforts to be able to survive and get services from another county. And therefore, if services were given adequately and in a way that there's no discrimination, it would actually
limit and probably eradicate some of the conflicts that we have. And so I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mulgor. Honorable members, there seems the move of the bill to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply, and first of all thank the Leader of Majority, Senator Aaron Cheriot, for seconding this bill. I want to thank all the senators who have contributed to this bill, and perhaps this is one of those bills that has received the contribution of very many senators, considering the situation of county boundary disputes across the country. As we speak, we know that there's an active conflict between Kisii and Nyamira. There's an active conflict between Makueni and Taita Taveta. There's an active conflict between Kisumu and Kericho, between Vihiga and Kisumu. And Mr. Speaker, when I was moving, I indicated that there are about 40 petitions relating to disputes on boundaries. When I was moving, I mentioned some things which perhaps some members did not take into account when they made their contribution. This bill does not attempt to rewrite the boundaries of counties. And Mr. Speaker, it would be good for us to go back to history. And as I was processing this bill, I took the opportunity to read some of the transcripts of the 1962 Constitutional Conference. And some of those conversations were held at Lancaster. The Independence Constitution defined districts. And Mr. Speaker, it was in Article 36 of the Independent Constitution, which addressed the composition of the Senate. It is under the composition of the Senate that the districts were defined. And Article 36 of that Constitution, Mr. Speaker, said that Kenya shall be divided into 40 districts and Nairobi region, and each district shall elect one senator. That was at independence. So the definition of the number of districts was in the Constitution. The Independence Constitution did something that the 2010 Constitution did not do, because the boundaries of these districts were put in the Constitution. And there was a Schedule 2, Part 1. And Mr. Speaker, the first district whose boundaries were defined was Tana River. The District and Provinces Act, by and large, took the boundaries of districts as contained in the Independence Constitution. Between 1963 and 1992, Mr. Speaker, from the 40 independent districts, by 1992 we had 46 districts that formed the basis of the counties that we have today. The additional districts were Migori, which was hived off South Nyanza, so we ended up with Migori and Homa Bay instead of South Nyanza. Tharaka Nithi, which was hived off Meru. Makueni, which came off Machakos. Bomet, which came off Kericho. Vihiga, which came off Kakamega in 1990. And Nyamira, which came off Kisii in 1989. So that's how we ended up with the 46 plus 1. Now, subsequent to that, President Moi and President Kibaki created almost 200 additional districts. And so when the team that went to Naivasha, Mr. Speaker, we must also recognize that when the Constitution was being written, interestingly, in the history of this republic, I think William Ruto was the chair of the Select Committee on Constitutional Reform in Parliament. And so when people went to Naivasha, they were looking for a quick solution to something that was very sticky on how the territory of Kenya would be divided. Would it be on the basis of regions? Would it be on the basis of districts? But at the time people were going to Naivasha, there had been almost 200 districts that had been created by Moi and President Kibaki, because districts were being created for political reward. And Mr. Speaker, it is on record that in 2009, the High Court declared that all districts created after 1992 were unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, the reason was the presidents would issue decrees to create districts, and then they legalize thereafter. This is what led the men and women who gave birth to this constitution in Naivasha to go back to the 1992 District and Provinces Act. It was safer. It was easier to go back to 1963, which had 40. But because the districts had been validated only up to 1992, that was the threshold, that was a benchmark that the crafters of a constitution utilized. Was there science? Perhaps not. If you read the report of the commission, there was something called the Royal Boundaries Commission, Mr. Speaker. The 40 original districts were created on tribal grounds. It was more of ensuring that each tribe had its own conclave, which they could control and where they could feel comfortable. The 40 original districts, history tells us that 3/4 of them were composed of entirely one tribe. And the other 1/4, you'd find one tribe would dominate almost 90–80%. And so that's why we keep having these problems we are having with our counties, because they've been inherited from districts that were created on tribal basis. And Mr. Speaker, those of us who sit in the accountability committees, Senator Cherargei, Senator Sifuna, every time the Auditor General tells us that County X has failed to live up to the requirement of the law on ethnic composition. And Mr. Speaker, we must go back to the law and ask ourselves whether we are being relevant. A county that was formed on the basis of a district that was formed on the basis of ethnicity, how then do we expect it to be heterogeneous all of a sudden? And yet it was ethnically homogeneous at the point of creation. And so I want to assure and allay the fears of those colleagues who think that in this bill we are attempting to rewrite the boundaries of counties. And I want to challenge them to go to the Independence Constitution, which defined the original 40 districts, and compare with the District and Provinces Act. And if they can cite any alteration, Mr. Speaker, I will gladly withdraw this bill, because it is not my intention to cause any further strife over and above that which has existed. Mr. Speaker, the team that was in Bomas, the NADCO team, and the report which this House has already adopted, pointed out that boundary disputes are a threat to cohesion and encourage Parliament to quickly enact a law that will give effect to the constitutional provision on alteration of county boundaries. I want to call upon senators that when we go back to our basis, let us not give the impression that this bill seeks to rewrite or seeks to amend anything. And those who have argued about the districts created after 1992, and my colleague, Senator Wambua, mentioned Mwingi district. My colleague, Senator Kavindu, mentioned the 1997 additional districts that were created. Mr. Speaker, it is a court of law that declared them to be unconstitutional for reasons that were even canvassed in Parliament. And I've seen the parliamentary Hansard, where each member of Parliament wanted a district to be created in their backyard because they thought it would come with benefits, but then the court ruled that it was improper and unconstitutional. And so I just want to give that comfort that this bill does not intend to introduce any alteration. This bill has been moved by a member from the opposition and has been seconded by the leader of majority. I will take time, Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the leadership of the majority and the leadership of the minority, to ensure that all the good suggestions that have come from members are incorporated as we proceed to the next stage of this bill. I want to thank honorable members of Senate for their dedication, for their commitment, for living up to their calling as defenders and protectors of devolution. And I want to assure them that when the amendments come, we shall consult to make sure that every amendment that we put forth, we are able to explain its merit or demerit, and we are going to learn lessons from past attempts and make sure that this bill does not suffer in the other house the same way it has done in the past. Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to reply and request that you defer the putting of the question to a later date pursuant to Standing Order 66.3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang. Putting of the question to this particular bill is deferred to the next sitting, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 66. I call upon the clerk to call the next order.
Order number 10, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022, second reading. Resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 21st March, 2024.
Those are double lessons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was spewing wisdom last time before, Honorable Speaker, this sugar bill, as I was speaking to Kenyans, the sugar industry serves at most 400,000 small-scale farmers. And as you know, these numbers, when you do your multiply effect, Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans rely on the sugar industry to put food on their table, to take their children to school, and that is why the bill comes in handy to ensure that we boost productivity, streamline processing, enhance value addition, create favorable regulatory framework, and this legislation is expected to revive the industry to meet the domestic needs and generate surplus for export. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as we are going across the country, in Bungoma, Vihiga, by extension Kisumu, Kericho, Busia, there are a few challenges and observations that came across, Honorable Speaker. That we have challenges of sugar production. Sugar producers face a number of challenges, including inadequate infrastructure, high production costs, limited access to modern technology. This bill will put into framework an environment within which these producers can be able to mitigate with conjunction with county government and national government to improve on that. The market dynamics, Honorable Speaker, also came into play because the local industry faced a lot of challenge from the importation of sugar. And as you all know, Honorable Speaker, the lack of the sugar board to mitigate and ensure that we only import when there is a deficiency gave leeway to cartels who use government opportunities to flood the market and deny the common farmer and industry the capacity to flourish under that. Honorable Speaker, the need for investment, the importance of increased investment in the sugar industry to improve and modernize infrastructure, improve competitiveness. This is the reason why this bill must go through. Stakeholder collaboration, Honorable Speaker, this bill captures many stakeholders. You have government, county government, millers, and when all these stakeholders come together, you have a collaboration that is geared towards ensuring that the farmer gets good of his hard work. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans are waiting for us to debate, members to contribute on this. And as I said earlier, Honorable Speaker, we have an aspect of pricing committee. We have an aspect of adjudication of issues. And all this is to ensure that the industry is sustained. Because if you have an arbitration committee, if you have a pricing committee that will look at the pricing of the sugarcane from farmers, our people will have to enjoy at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, some element that is also here that members will want to know, is that we have some catchment area and zoning, which has come in handy because history has shown that we have millers and companies who have flourished in overriding and domineering over others, exhibiting dictatorial tendencies and therefore making the farmer to suffer. This bill gives
Senator
zones
Murambo.
and a catchment area.
Hold your thoughts, Senator Wafula. Senator from Kirinyaga, you have been in this house enough to know the procedures of crossing over from one aisle to the other. Go back, comply, then you proceed. Proceed, Senator Wafula.
Honorable Speaker, the zoning and the catchment area. Companies have been, or millers have been put together in a zone, and that zone provides a catchment area for them. This ensures, Honorable Speaker, that companies have an opportunity to operate within that specific area, compete in terms of pricing in that particular area, and gives the farmer an opportunity to benefit from that catchment area. Honorable Speaker, that catchment area turning into a zone gives the farmers an opportunity to equally get representation to the sugar board. So we are dealing with a scenario where the boundaries will give the companies an opportunity to harvest cane from that area and representation of farmers from those areas. Honorable Speaker, this sugar board will be able to give guidance in terms of sugar inspectors, where the inspectors will ensure the millers do the right thing in terms of human resource, hygiene, and environmental concerns. They will be able to ensure the quality of sugarcane given to farmers is monitored both by the county government and the millers. Therefore, I don't want to be able to go into much detail, but to assure Kenyans that today we have begun a new chapter where we are bringing to them a bill that will sort out the sugar industry mess and bring sanity to this industry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I therefore call the Leader of Majority, my good friend, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, to second. Thank you.
Senator Aaron, proceed to second the bill.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to second this bill, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is an extremely important bill touching on an industry that has been long neglected over the years, yet has the opportunity actually to give livelihood to millions of Kenyans and also save our country billions of shillings that we spend importing sugar from other countries that have organized their sector better than us and therefore earn to their farmers, Mr. Speaker, as ours continue to wallow in poverty. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd wish to congratulate my colleague, Senator Wakoli, a new member in this House, but who has quickly studied and established himself into the ways and practices of legislative culture, and today has moved a bill, Mr. Speaker, of an important, extremely important industry in this republic, and has done so with such zeal, Mr. Speaker, and such dedication over the last few weeks as I have consulted with him, listened to the stakeholders. When the stakeholders of this industry came to present before Senator Murango's committee, Mr. Speaker, I made sure that I found time to go and listen. I always try to create time, though I'm not a member of any committee as majority leader, Mr. Speaker, to listen especially to presentations before the Agriculture Committee touching on issues to do with the livelihood of our farmers, Mr. Speaker, because I wouldn't wish to one day pass a bill in this House, Mr. Speaker, that in a negative way ends up affecting the livelihood of the people I represent. I represent sugarcane farmers. Kericho is more known, Mr. Speaker, for tea, but the lower, the western, the southern part of the county, Mr. Speaker, 3 constituencies to be specific, have actually sugarcane plantations, and they are so lush and green well manicured, and equally as useful to the economy of the county of Kericho, Mr. Speaker, as tea is, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, I had visited a friend in Trans Nzoia, and later on, I was to visit another friend who lived in closer to Lake Kanyabol in Siaya County, Mr. Speaker. And on the way, as I traversed from Trans Nzoia, coming into Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, and eventually to Siaya, Mr. Speaker, then back to Kericho, I couldn't help but notice the quality of cane, Mr. Speaker, that my farmers in Kericho are continuing to cultivate. And I was extremely proud of them, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, not to say much about them, but even the pilot that we were with on that journey did make a comment on the dedication of our farmers, Mr. Speaker, and the kind of work that they continue to do. Many senators, Mr. Speaker, in this House do not perhaps appreciate and know how much potential sugarcane farming has in their specific counties and how much it can alleviate millions of their constituents out of poverty if we manage this sector better, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we allowed this sector to collapse, Mr. Speaker, due to greed, Mr. Speaker, and many people that wanted to make a quick kill and quick money, Mr. Speaker, out of this particular industry, because the quickest way to make money out of the sugar sector, Mr. Speaker, is to open importation, Mr. Speaker, and therefore people go, you purchase from either Uganda and other COMESA countries, or sometimes even from the non-COMESA countries, because once every 4 or 5 years, Mr. Speaker, statistically, there is a sugar deficit in all the COMESA zones, and on such occasions, Mr. Speaker, you find that countries in the COMESA region open up for importation, Mr. Speaker, of sugar from non-COMESA regions. One such season in, Mr. Speaker, the closest was the 2022 towards the end, and pretty much the entire of 2023, Mr. Speaker. And this was a phenomena that was observed in almost all East African countries, from Tanzania, Uganda, to the rest of the COMESA region, where there was a shortage, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, unscrupulous business people, Mr. Speaker, have over the years taken advantage, instead of only importing during that particular season, because of the money that they make in that particular season, Mr. Speaker, they want to extend that culture over and above, even beyond periods which our own farmers can produce, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, if we don't put the checks and balances, and I'm particularly impressed, Mr. Speaker, that we are proposing in this bill actually the creation and the setting up of the sugar board, a return to the back in the days where when sugarcane farming was thriving in the villages, Mr. Speaker, where you had a board, Mr. Speaker, that would guide the operations and would even give approval complete with statistics of what is the expected deficit of sugar in the country, Mr. Speaker, open up importation only to show up the numbers, ensure that there is enough supply in the country, Mr. Speaker, but at the same time cushion our farmers and ensure that you don't open the market for cheap imports from other parts of the world, Mr. Speaker, to the detriment of our poor farmers, Mr. Speaker. And I am impressed, Mr. Speaker, that in this bill, we shall be returning to the good old days of the Sugar Directorate, just like we did with the tea bill, Mr. Speaker, where you have a board that is dedicated and specific, people with organic knowledge, Mr. Speaker, on a particular area and field, Mr. Speaker, where if things go wrong, you can take on that particular either board chair or board members, Mr. Speaker. I like the fact that even in this bill, we're actually proposing the election of representatives to this board, so that if the people of Narok, where Senator Ledama Olekina comes, are very key, Mr. Speaker, sugarcane growing county, Mr. Speaker, a county that has immense potential, they will have an opportunity to elect a representative, Mr. Speaker, into this particular board, Mr. Speaker, as well as the rest of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, so that if we find ourselves in a situation such as we are today, Mr. Speaker, where cheap imports are competing with sugarcane produced in our various factories, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to take on our board members and ask them, who granted this approval? What were the statistics that guided you in making this particular decision, Mr. Speaker? And therefore, I am particularly impressed, Mr. Speaker, with the direction that you're taking. In fact, I want to request our whips. Senator Boni Halwale is not here, but Whip Ledama and Sifuna are here, that if possible, once members have debated this bill either today and tomorrow, that before we proceed on recess for the 2 weeks recess, on Thursday, if we can do committee of the whole for this bill, Mr. Speaker, it will be an important exercise, because I have seen many times, and Senator Sifuna, you know this for a fact, that when you go to functions, for example, in the western belt of the country, even in my own county of Kericho, in the sugarcane growing areas, farmers are getting jittery with us as senators and continue to ask us, what happened? This bill came to you more than a year ago. You are taking too long with it, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is my sincere hope that before we break on recess, we shall be able to find the time, Mr. Speaker, and the dedication to conclude on the bill so that it proceeds to the National Assembly. Either they agree or disagree with our amendments. We do the mediation and give sugarcane farmers a new lease of life, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it continues to break my heart. Each time you travel to the former giant town or city of Mumias, for example, the epitome and the poster boy, Mr. Speaker, of the failed industry that used to be the sugar industry. A town that was thriving back in the 90s and the early 2000s, Mr. Speaker, when Mumia Sugar Cane Company, Mr. Speaker, was roaring in profitability, Mr. Speaker, and many things that they used to do, including even running of schools, social programs, Mr. Speaker, like football clubs, Mr. Speaker. Some of the best footballers that we produced came from the teams that were being supported by the various sugar industries, Mr. Speaker. Today, you cannot speak of the same. Not to forget, Mr. Speaker, the millions of livelihoods that were affected by the collapse of our industries, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I am impressed with the proposal that is being made in this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. First of all, to convert and remove sugar as a directorate from AFA and set up this sugar directorate, Mr. Speaker. And the introduction of sugar levy that will particularly be used, Mr. Speaker, to first do cane development, an extremely important exercise, Mr. Speaker, provide stability to our farmers, Mr. Speaker. If you go, Mr. Speaker, many times you travel to countries like Mauritius, Mr. Speaker, you will see that they have farmers' bank. But apart even from having a farmers' bank, Mr. Speaker, the last time I was in Mauritius, an important country that grows its cane, they have actually a sugar bank. And there's nothing else that they do other than provide capital support to their farmers, Mr. Speaker, so that they are able to develop their farms in good time, that during the break season, because sugar takes long, Mr. Speaker, before it matures in the farm, and therefore, if a farmer is not provided with proper capital support, they are either bound to abandon that particular trade, Mr. Speaker, or even sometimes sell their cane before it is properly mature, Mr. Speaker, or abandon the trade altogether and prefer to do other farming such as dairy and tea that you are paid more frequently, Mr. Speaker. I have seen the proposal and other documentation of what this administration intends to do with the sugar sector, including the privatization that is not particularly mentioned in this document, but I know is important and related, Mr. Speaker. Zoning has been mentioned prominently, and I know there are people that have concerns, Mr. Speaker, about zoning. And when we went to the committee, Mr. Speaker, we were particularly interested in telling the committee that much as zoning is important so that farmers can also learn the culture of sticking, because the challenge, Mr. Speaker, why factories? Because when the millers came to us, Mr. Speaker, and when they made their presentation before their committee, they said, unfortunately, Kenyans haven't learned the art of being decent and disciplined. That many times you find farmers who come to you as a factory, they take farm inputs, Mr. Speaker, but unfortunately, during the time for delivery of cane, they deliver it elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there was need to engage in this business of zoning so that you are able, Mr. Speaker, to have farmers have a working relationship that is solid and established between the farming community and the millers, Mr. Speaker. On the other side, to counterbalance zoning, Mr. Speaker, it is important also to provide an avenue, Mr. Speaker, for competition so that farmers do not feel that they have been clogged up and are being forced to mill with a particular miller only, Mr. Speaker, where there is no competition, especially with regards to two things. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is the price of cane. And I like that with the return of the pricing committee, Mr. Speaker, that they will be able to determine, and there is a scientific formula that is set out on determining what is the price, Mr. Speaker, and that will be the work of the board, that sugarcane farmers are supposed to be paid per ton for delivery of cane to a particular factory, Mr. Speaker, and to all the factories depending on the region where they are. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, because we do not have many operational mills, Mr. Speaker. Many of our government mills, Mr. Speaker, you know that are no longer operational or they don't pay farmers in time, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that each time this industry tries to make strides in the right direction, such as with the privatization, there are people who go to court, Mr. Speaker, and they stop the exercise in its entirety, Mr. Speaker. Yet we know part of the reason some of the of our regions, Mr. Speaker, and farmers gave up in this exercise of planting cane, Mr. Speaker, is because they were delivering to government mills which cannot afford to pay them, Mr. Speaker. And we do not have enough private billers to take care of this. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is why I support the decision on privatization, Mr. Speaker. So long as we continue to guard, Mr. Speaker, these mills and ensure that the nucleus and the farm, Mr. Speaker, remains under the ownership of our county governments, Mr. Speaker. Privatization is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I was making my point on zoning and why it is important, Mr. Speaker, so that particular farmers, Mr. Speaker, deal with the factories in their region, Mr. Speaker. If you open it up and make it free of charge, Mr. Speaker, and there is cane hawking and all these things, practices, these are items that were properly dealt with. For those of us that were in Kisumu in 2022, when former governor of Kakamega, Wycliffe Oparanya, Mr. Speaker, presented their report of the sugar subsector task force report, Mr. Speaker, and they dealt into the importance of zoning, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the proposals that they have made. The only addition that I make, Mr. Speaker, is that we must open up to counties, for example, the county of Nandi, where Senator Cherargei comes from. There are particular farmers in specific regions, areas of Chemase, Mr. Speaker, where because in that particular county, there is no sugar mill, Mr. Speaker, that time they feel left out, that if you zone them to a particular region, Mr. Speaker, they either have to operate with West Kenya, which is fairly a distance, or West Valley in Kericho, or Kibos and Chemilil, Mr. Speaker, and Moroni, Mr. Speaker, that it is important for the board to be given the powers to look at such rare occurrences on a case-by-case basis, Mr. Speaker, and grant permission for milling companies to pick and collect cane from such farmers, Mr. Speaker, so that they don't feel their cage, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues to support this bill in the proposal that is being made, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, the very solid proposals on how to grow and move this sector, Mr. Speaker. On issues of licensing and setting up of the sugar arbitration tribunal, Mr. Speaker, so that if there are changes, Mr. Speaker, you are able to propose to it. The only part of the bill that I hold a different view, much as I second, Mr. Speaker, is on the breakdown of the levy. Given what is about to be done in this sector, Mr. Speaker, on privatization and on farmers now being able to access inputs, you know, the fertilizer subsidy program has contributed actually, Mr. Speaker, immensely to the growth of this sector. That's why last year, a bag of 50 kg of sugar was costing upwards of 9,000 or 10,000 Kenya shillings. Today, Mr. Speaker, if you went to a wholesale supermarket, it's 5,200 shillings because of the supply of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, and other inputs, so that our farmers are able to produce. Of course, God has also been good to us by ensuring that there is sufficient rains, Mr. Speaker. The sugar, this sugar levy, Mr. Speaker, we have to rethink on numbers because, unfortunately, and Senator Murango, you'll bear me witness, when the various players of that industry appeared before the Agriculture Committee, you could see that this, because of the long history of this particular industry, Mr. Speaker, there are no farmer association and organization committees, Mr. Speaker, that you would say this one specifically handle a particular task, Mr. Speaker. You'll find that they are fragmented and broken. They say, oh, South Nyanza, Sugar Farmers Association, and so on and so forth. Therefore, when you dedicate such huge amounts, say like 5% of the sugar development levy to farmer associations, with these associations, Mr. Speaker, you can end up providing an avenue where certain well-connected cartels, Mr. Speaker, can end up lining their pockets with money that would have been otherwise put to good use, such as maybe extending credit services to farmers who are waiting for long periods before they are paid or before their crop is ready, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the Sugarcane Farmers Organization, in my honest opinion, and I hope the committee can listen to me, instead of using a percentage, you'd rather set it to a particular figure, 70 million or 100 million maximum, Mr. Speaker, because their duty is just to voice out concerns of farmers, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, farmers already have a representative who sit in the board. I don't think that to such amorphous organization where they are not properly defined in law, it is prudent use of public funds to set billions of money to their direction, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to second and urge our colleagues that we conclude on this business kindly before we proceed on recess. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Sugar Bill, Senate Bills number 34 of 2023 be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, I have from my desk a good number of you who are seeking to contribute to this particular bill. I will, since the chairperson of the Agriculture Committee is tabling his report, which just approved for tabling, I will allow him to table the report and contribute to the bill, and immediately thereafter, I will run the membership to contribute immediately. Senator Murango, proceed to table that report and contribute to the bill.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Naomba kuwasilisha ripoti ya mswada wa sukari wa mwaka 2023 katika Njumba la Seneti. Asante. Mstahiki Spika, sukari kwa wenye wanatumia imekuwa tamu, lakini kwa wakulima imekuwa chungu. Na wakati tumekuwa tukizunguka kama kamati ya ukulima, uvuvi, mifugo na uchumi samawati katika maeneo ambayo yanakuzwa sukari, tumejionea wakulima ambao wamekuwa wamenyanyasika, ambao wameteseka kwa muda kwa sababu ya sheria na usimamizi mbaya wa sukari nchini. Na ndiposa mswada ambao uliotufikia kupitia kwa mdhamini Wafula Wakoli, tukaamua kwenda mpaka mashinani kukutana na wakulima wenyewe kama ilivyo kawaida yetu. Tulienda katika maeneo ya Busia, tukaenda Bungoma, Kakamega, tukaenda mpaka Chemelil katika Kisumu, na pia tukapokea nakala kutoka kwa wenye wakulima wa miwa kutoka sehemu ya Kwale, Ramisi. Ningetaka kushukuru maseneta wote tulioshirikiana katika ile safari, akiwemo seneta wa Kakamega Bon Harware, Daktari Bon Harware, seneta wa Bungoma Wafula Wakoli, seneta wa Busia Omtata, seneta wa Kisumu Profesa Onjienda, na pia wale maseneta wengine akiwepo seneta Sifuna ambao alikuwa wanafuatilia kwa kina na kwa ukaribu sana mswada huu wa kuweza kufanya sukari, wakulima wa sukari waweze kunufaika. Mstahiki Spika, ukiona majonzi ambao ilikuwa na wakulima wa miwa wakati walikuwa wanakuja katika kikao cha kamati ya ukulima ya Seneti kuja kujieleza, ndo Spika ungejua ya kwamba wakulima katika maeneo yale wametatizika kwa muda. Wakulima waliotoka katika sehemu za Nandi na Kericho wakashuka mpaka Chemelil kuja kuwasilisha maoni yao hawajasahaulika kwa sababu ya shinda zilizokuwepo na wale wakulima. Mstahiki Spika, sitakaa nikielezea sana, lakini niruhusu niseme hili ya kwamba vyama vya ushirika vya wenye kusagamiwa kama Zoia, wafanyikazi ambao wanja alipwa mishahara zao na bado miwa inakatwa na kupelekwa katika vituo vya kusaga miwa, ni jambo lilikuwa la kutia hofu. Na mstahiki Spika, ndio maana tuliweza kukuja na zoning kwa mipaka ili tuweze kuangalia miwa mahali inapelekwa, na pia katika uchaguzi kwa wale wanaosimamia ukulima wa miwa. Na katika bodi ya sukari, kamati ya Seneti ilihakikisha kwamba wakulima ndio wako na wakilishi wale wengi zaidi, ili malalamiko ya wakulima iweze kutatuliwa na kama kuna upigaji kula kwa jambo linalotokea, kuhakikisha kwamba sauti ya mkulima ndio itakuwa ikisikizwa. Mstahiki Spika, unapoangalia katika kusaga kwa miwa, unaona kwamba sukari inapouzwa pia kuna malighafi ambayo inabakia katika mitambo ya kusagia. Kuna ile sukari nguru na vinginevyo ambavyo vinatumiwa na wakulima kutengeneza chakula cha kulisha ng'ombe na pia kusaidia sana katika uchumi wa nchi hii. Wakulima walalamikia kwamba wanapouza sukari, malighafi yanayobaki, pesa inayopatikana kutokana na yale malighafi, wale wafaidiki kamwe. Na ndio huu mswada tulio nao, sheria tunaotunga inafaa kutatua mambo kama yale. Pia kuna usafirishaji wa miwa. Usafirishaji wa miwa kutoka eneo moja mpaka eneo lingine lazima udhibitiwe. Kwa sababu tusifofanya hivyo, na ndio maana hiyo katika ile sheria tuko nayo tumeweka hapo, ni kwamba tutaua vyama vya ushirika na pia wale wanaopeana pembejeo katika wakulima. Ukiangalia mkasa uliopata kiwanda cha kusaga miwa cha Nzoia, ni kwamba kuna wakulima waliopewa pembejeo wakalimiwa shamba, lakini wakachukua miwa yao wakauzia wale ambao hawakuhusika kamwe katika kupalilia ile mmea. Kwa hivyo Nzoia ilimalizia kuwa na deni ya milioni 900 na kwa hivyo ikasambaratika, wakulima wakaumia. Mimi nitamalizia kusema ya kwamba mughala muue na haki yake umpe. Na kama tutakuwa na nchi nzuri ambayo ina maendeleo kila kona, lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kila eneo, kila magatuzi yote 50 na 40 na samba, wale wakazi wanapata nafasi ya mmea ambao utakuwa nawapatia pesa. Na ndio maana kamati ya ukulima imejitahidi sana na kuja na mswada wa pamba ambao umepitishwa hapa na maseneta. Mswada wa ndengu ulipitishwa na maseneta, mswada wa kahawa ulipitishwa hapa na maseneta, na sasa ni maombi yangu ifikapo mwisho wa wiki hii tutapitisha mswada wa miwa ili kusaidia wakazi na wazao wa nchi hii. Asante sana Mstahiki Spika.
Thank you, Senator Murango. Senator Sifuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my other life, I am a contracted farmer with Nzoia Sugar. And yes, this is something that many people might not know. Mr. Speaker, I am not a rich man, but my grandfather, the late Joel Mabele Sifuna, had a farm in Kitinda village of Bungoma County, where the mover of this motion is my senator at home. And when he died, in his will, he instructed that the grandchildren are the ones who are going to till that land. So I have a 4-acre section, Honorable Speaker. Only a small section that I grow cane and was contracted to Nzoia Sugar, where I delivered my cane for some years before the factory collapsed, and it became untenable for me to continue with that business. Mr. Speaker, I want first to thank the sponsor of this motion in the National Assembly, the Honorable Wangwe, who we share many things other than him being a sugarcane farmer like me, Mr. Speaker. We are also travelers and users of that infamous C41 road, which has taken forever to complete construction, Mr. Speaker, despite assurances by successive governments that there are contractors working on that road. That is the road that leads to my rural home. And one of these fine days, I might invite you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House to meet my mother, and they will use that road. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that there are very many positives that I can see are a direct response to the challenges that farmers have faced over the years. Mr. Speaker, first of all, it has been the complaint of a minority in this House that successive bills that have been brought to this House have tried to usurp the powers and roles of county governments. I can see that from the beginning of the provisions of this bill, there is clear recognition of the role of the county governments, and it starts off at Section 4 on the constitution of the board, the sugar board. Mr. Speaker, you will see that at Section 5 of the Act or the bill, there are functions of the county government that are clearly outlined, including extension services which we used to have when we were growing up, but somehow, somewhere, they disappeared. These extension services were very important, Mr. Speaker, in terms of providing support for farmers, for the critical, support for them to grow the crop. There is also a responsibility on them to do the road network for the supply and delivery of cane. And this is very critical. Many areas, if you go to Bungoma County, Mr. Speaker, the roads that were assigned as county roads or the roads that were being used to deliver cane, they were very well maintained, Mr. Speaker. Those of us like myself and Honorable Wangwe, the Member of Parliament for Navaholo, are unfortunate that our homes are on a road that has been handed over to a contractor who is not there. The road is so terrible that I have to find panya routes through the villages there, roads that are maintained by the county government and used to deliver cane, are far much smoother than this for C41. So I am happy that the role of the county government is recognized. If you go to section 6 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, you can see that there is provision for nominees of county governments in this sugar board, which is something that I am very happy. Mr. Speaker, let me address this question of zoning or protection against poaching that has been provided for under section 19. Mr. Speaker, this was a very difficult debate between farmers and millers and members of this committee, of the Agriculture Committee, and even the sponsors of the bill, and during the discussions of the task force. One of the things that the chairman of the committee, Agriculture Committee, has said here that I have experienced myself, Mr. Speaker, we had the specter of farmers getting inputs from specific mills. So you would get fertilizer, seed cane from Nzoia Sugar. But when the crop is ready and you can see that there are too many delays and you have financial pressure to take your children to school, whoever comes with money, which is this term called poaching, they would come and pay the farmer and will go away. What resulted in that is that there is not only, Mr. Speaker, debts that fell due from the millers themselves, even the outgrower companies, because this fertilizer used to be distributed through the outgrower companies, the Nzoia outgrower company, for instance, of which I am a member. Mr. Speaker, the problem has been that government, after forgiving the debts of the millers, forgot that very similar circumstances exist when it comes to the outgrower companies. And Mr. Speaker, in this particular instance, I want to say that I have been directed or asked or requested by the outgrower companies themselves to request government that just the way that they forgave or waived the debts that are owed to the millers themselves, we also consider waiving the debts that are still on the books of the outgrower companies that arose out of similar circumstances of farmers being contracted by one miller and then selling that crop to another person. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that the bill has introduced a fine of not less than 1 million shillings or 3 times the value of the cane, whichever is higher, if you are found as a miller poaching cane. So while others might look at it as a zoning issue, we are also trying to deal with this question of poaching of cane. We have millers who don't develop any of their nucleuses. They don't spend any time recruiting farmers to actually cultivate this crop, but they poach other people's cane. And I've been informed of a specter, Mr. Speaker. When you see a sugar mill existing in an area where there is no sugar cane being grown, it always raises a red flag. Mr. Speaker, when you go to section 23 of the bill, there is provision for anybody who wants to import sugarcane to only import what is called a deficit, an established deficit of the supply of sugar locally. So that, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest complaints of farmers has been that we are being forced to compete with those people who import sugar when we have sufficient sugar on the ground. So it will be the responsibility of the board to establish that before an import license or import permit is given, there is actually that deficit. Mr. Speaker, I am also happy with the provision on sugar inspectors under Section 34 and Section 35, who have the powers to enter any premises, because in the past few years, Mr. Speaker, we have seen smuggling of sugar into the country, and also importation of sugar that is either substandard or unfit for human consumption, or even criminals importing sugar that is laced with very hazardous chemicals, Mr. Speaker. These sugar inspectors will have that power to enter any premises, to seize any product for as long as there is reasonable grounds to suspect that there is something wrong with that sugar. Mr. Speaker, also, I am very happy that the proponents of this bill have in the bill provided for sugar agreements. These are agreements between growers and millers, or agreements between growers and outgrower institutions, or millers and outgrowers. Mr. Speaker, if you will read the bill and the provisions on what those sugarcane agreements should contain, they provide clarity between the farmer and the miller on how that relationship is going to be governed, and it is something that I would very much support, Mr. Speaker. Then there is the introduction of these sugar pricing committees, which also have representative of growers, and Mr. Speaker, also 2 representatives of the counties under Section 58. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility of these pricing committees is to come up with pricing formulas, and when they are doing that job, Mr. Speaker, they have to consider various factors, including, Mr. Speaker, cane-related charges paid by the farmer. Mr. Speaker, you will also see that they have provided for a formula that takes into account delayed harvesting. Because one of the issues we have in the sugar growing areas, Mr. Speaker, is that you will be told this sugar cane matures in 18 months. And we have farmers who have stayed with their crop for over 2 years, waiting for harvesting. And Mr. Speaker, the losses that they incur in that particular instance should actually be compensated. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that I would be proposing only a few amendments with regards to a few things that are of concern for me. I have the honor, Mr. Speaker, of not only being a sugarcane farmer in Bungoma, but I also represent a county where the biggest source of revenue and the biggest source of jobs for our people are industries, Mr. Speaker. I have had a conversation with both sponsors of this bill in the National Assembly and even in the Senate about the concerns that have been raised by industry with regard to the introduction of the sugar development levy on industrial white sugar, which, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the definition of industrial white sugar under Section 2, is sugar that is used as a sweetener or a preservative. Mr. Speaker, this industrial white sugar is used in just about many consumer products. The biggest, of course, is the beverage industry. It is used in soft drinks, Mr. Speaker. You have your sodas, juices, jams, jellies, and also in baked goods, pharmaceuticals, even cosmetics, Mr. Speaker. Those of you who use moisturizers would be nice to, know. I don't use moisturizers, Mr. Speaker. Protect me from Senator Crystal Asige. I'm a Bukusu man. Our skin takes care of itself. Mr. Speaker, even dairy products like yogurt, they use industrial sugar in the manufacture. And the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that if you put that levy on industrial sugar, we are going to see an increase in these consumer prices. I forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, that it is also used in the manufacture of beer. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we need to look very closely at, because what we don't have in this country is the capacity to manufacture this industrial sugar. And the manufacturers are telling us that for as long as we do not have that capacity to manufacture white industrial sugar, imposing that levy at 4%, similar to the regular sugar, is going to inconvenience many of these manufacturers because of the constraints of supply. If we do not have the capacity to produce, Mr. Speaker, then we should not be levying that 4% sugar development levy until we have the capacity to produce locally. When I spoke to Honorable Wangwe, he told me that one of the key concerns was that people want to import sugar under the guise of it being white industrial sugar, and it has happened before. And then, sooner or later, you find it in the markets being used for purposes other than as a sweetener or as a preservative. And I have tried to persuade him that it is possible for us to deal with the few bad eggs and not necessarily castigate the entire manufacturing industry. Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the example of beer, because this is something I understand very well. I think it's a matter of record on this House that in Nairobi they call me the Minister of Celebrations. Mr. Speaker, if this levy is passed, we are looking at an average increase of between 6 and 15 shillings on the average retail price of a bottle of beer. And this is very critical, coming at a time when the government is involved with a very serious war on consumption of illicit alcohol. Mr. Speaker, during a recent seminar that was organized by the Alcoholic Beverages Association of Kenya, it was revealed that 59% of Kenyans consume illicit alcohol. And I am telling you the truth. I have that report, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why Senator Cherargei is expressing shock. Mr. Speaker, out of the 180 shillings recommended retail price of a bottle of, say, Tusker Light, Mr. Speaker, 110 shillings goes to taxes. So that if you increase that further by 6 or 15 shillings, it pushes it out of the reach of many Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that is going to affect our war on illicit alcohol. Mr. Speaker, it is also projected that if we are to impose that 4% levy, development levy on local or imported industrial sugar, a 300 ml mug of the cheapest beer, which is named after this house, Senator Keg, Mr. Speaker, is going to increase by at least 2 shillings. And this is also going to impact the war on illicit alcohol. Mr. Speaker, I also want this house to consider that there is a value supply chain in the manufacture of some of these products that I'm talking about. For instance, there are farmers who've been contracted recently to supply raw materials for the manufacture of beer. Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of employment that is created in the agricultural sector. In places such as Homa Bay, I have seen many contracted farmers growing sorghum. Mr. Speaker, there is also the specter of employment being lost in the manufacturing itself, including at EABL. Mr. Speaker, last year, for the first time in many years, a company as big as EABL declared some redundancies and some job losses, which is something that we are staring at. For as long as they are not making the sort of sales that they used to make, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have a problem. Then there is work that is in the distribution network, and then, of course, in the service industry. Many who suffered during the time when pubs were closed in Nairobi during COVID. Mr. Speaker, we speak to those people. They are a good source of employment. Mr. Speaker, I also want to address this question. Looking at the provisions of the bill at Section 23, we spoke about this need for import permits. At Section 23 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, we think, those of us in Nairobi, that the government should be able to control the importation of industry-wide sugar, because at the end of the day, you need an import permit for you to be able to import this sugar. I just want to read Section 23, Mr. Speaker, where it provides under Section 23, subsection 3, that a person who imports sugar into Kenya shall, prior to importation, provide evidence that the sugar they intend to import is not available in the local market. The evidence that we do not provide or produce industry-wide sugar is there. So for you to have this requirement here, Mr. Speaker, I believe then there is no need to subject the manufacturers to this particular levy. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Section 24(1),
The Honorable Senator Sifuna, you will have 5 minutes of your time to conclude on your contribution when the bill is in the order paper. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m. time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 27th of March 2024 at 9:30 a.m.